Welcome, everyone. This is Saturday Evening Chats, episode 134. And we are solo.
In a world of uncertainty and turmoil, one man stands alone, along with his faithful sidekick. A man who entertains and educates the masses weekly, 70% of the time. Born out of the dusty plains of Washington State, now from the coastal forests of Oregon. The man, the myth, the man, G23.
So, welcome in, everyone. Mr. Tactical Fud was first in MC. Then Thoughts of an Old Soldier. Miss Ching Ching's out there. And Alaska One Andy. Mr. David Walcott. So, yep, and Mr. Burnaby Sanchez. Aegis Gun Care is out there, and I actually was talking on Thursday to a FFL, and hopefully they'll be contacting you there, Rod, because I told them how good your products are. So we've got Burnaby Sanchez, Skid Marks out there, Mr. Woods is out there. So welcome, everyone. I know if anyone watches Washington Gun Law, he put out a video earlier talking about there's a good possibility that House Bill 1240 is going to go from the Senate back to the House because it's going to have to be re-ratified in the House because they did a couple things over in the Senate. So that could possibly happen as early as 6 or 7 o'clock tonight. So what's going on, New York? I thought you were at your Closet Glock annual meeting.
Oh no, they wouldn't let me in that place.
That's
Last
why
time I was there, I tried to burn it down.
That's why it's the Closet Glock Lovers Association.
How you doing, man?
Yep. Not bad. So did you see any of the videos that I put out?
I seen I haven't watched them. I seen the pop up or the thumbnail in a sense, but sorry, excuse me. I've been pretty busy the last couple days, so I haven't had too much time to scroll through much. I see you were at the beach. And
I was.
Something Devil's Punch Bowl, which that caught my attention because there's a Devil's Punch Bowl around here, which very few people know about. And it's debatable whether it's on private property or not, blah, 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 blah. So I was shocked to hear that you had a Devil's Punch Bowl. But then I got thinking about it, and really everywhere has probably got a place called Devil's Punch Bowl. So
yeah, I when I was putting that tag in, it popped up. It was like 12 different places. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? This is like the only Devil's Punch Bowl.
Well, I don't know if the one place I was known as Devil's Punch Bowl is officially named that, but it's not a place you want to play around. I could state that. So, place kids used to go to party and stuff, but there's a water source that's real sketchy.
So this is there's a rock formation like right next. It's in the ocean, but it's right next to like a cliff. Um, and over the years, with the salt water rushing in and everything, it's actually eroded the top, so some of the rocks have fallen inside, and so now you can see, and it looked like an upside down punch bowl, and the water has rushed in and eroded the rocks, and they've collapsed. So now you can see it, and so on like really high tides, the water will rush in, and it looks like either a whale spouting, blowing.
Yeah, like a geyser shooting up
It,
out of it.
yeah, it looks really really cool, and
That's cool.
I keep trying to get high tide and everything so you guys can see.
Yeah, no, the punch bowl that I refer to, it's got a few abandoned vehicles stuck in it. There's other rumors of what's in there. I know for sure about the vehicles. So technically, to get there, you walk over an old Jeep because it got stuck on the trail and it's so steep, nobody even bothered trying to get it out. So now it's part of the trail. So basically, a place where you used to be able to years ago jump off from cliffs and swim, but anybody who would try that in the last 10 years is probably dead.
Yeah, so you really have to be careful. There are stairs and stuff where you can get down onto the beach and actually walk over. And on low tide, and extreme low tide, you can walk inside the Devil's Punch Bowl. But you don't want to. I don't always think that's the smartest idea because you never know when you get those rogue waves that come roaring in, and next thing you know, you're being slammed against, sharp, jagged rocks.
Yeah, it don't sound like fun. And that's a lot of force if it's shooting water out like that. It's not something you don't want to be the cork in that situation.
So Woods is talking about Crater Lake, and so is Miss Ting Ting. And actually, that's not too far from where I am. I should go there sometime and actually show you guys some video. But with it being one of those national parks or whatever, you have to be really careful carrying a firearm. So, because I know when Trump was in office, he took that restriction off, so you were able to carry firearms in national parks and stuff like that. But you never know anymore, and I'm not wanting to catch a felony. And yes, Crater Lake is a real weird place to be.
Yeah, choices. Some of these laws make us make some serious choices. So, man, everybody's got their own lines, I guess you can state. So,
Oh, I'm not saying that I wouldn't. I just don't want to get caught.
oh yeah, I'm just Yeah, I just plead the fifth on this with our new laws that have passed. But
right.
It keeps slipping back and forth. I can't keep track. I don't even know at this point what it is, if it's legal or not legal yet. In establishments, if they don't have a sign, it's like ass backwards. Should be the other way. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, technically, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess it should be the other way, but I don't know. So I just, I don't know.
So, Ting Ting says, it's Oregon. You're a terrorist in that state. So, that's only like in a very small section of Oregon where they look at you funny. But yeah, for like 99.9%, you walk around with a firearm, open carrying in Oregon, they're not even going to pay you any attention. Like, and it'd be more likely they don't even notice that you have the damn firearm. Um, Here lately, it's been more of a thing where I've had people notice when I have my firearm on, um, and I think I've been thanked in the last 6 months. I've probably been thanked like 4 or 5 times for carrying a firearm.
Do you even have a concealed carry setup?
Oh yeah, I have a concealed carry holster.
All right, just checking.
I have, yeah. The thing, and I even did a video on the concealed carry holster. If I sit just right while wearing that holster, it'll hit the mag release and shoot the mag out.
Oh, that sucks.
So I'm going to have to modify it. And it's only because of the fact that I have the extended release mag release on there. So it sticks out a little further. And if I really want, I could take my heat gun and heat it up and, work it in there so that it would build that channel. Or I can just take, a razor blade to it or a Dremel to it and cut it right off.
So is the regular mag release a problem for you? Or did you just, went for an upgrade?
So I liked the look. I wanted the look of the mag release, but for functionality, like when I let the wife shoot it and stuff, it's a lot easier for her to not have to break grip with that extended mag release on there. So if by chance something happened to me, and she had to grab my firearm and use it, she can still drop the mag and, without having to break grip.
All right. Well, just curious if it was one of them things where it's, cool factor and it kind of screwed you on function in a sense, or now you're modifying other stuff, but not saying that's the case. I was just asking if that's the case, but yeah, I think it makes sense to for your carry gun to be functional for your partner, because for all you know, you may be on the ground with somebody at that point, or who knows what the situation, but your gun could be used to by your partner at some point. So it's good that it's functional. So that's really why the only reason I didn't buy one of them Ruger LCRs, because shit, my lady needed damn near 2 hands to pull the trigger on that thing. So
yeah, and that's the one thing I think about when I'm buying pistols for myself is she going to be able to operate them if something would happen to me,
Mm-hmm.
Or like if I'm in, we're going, hand to hand combat and we're, on the ground, duking it out and stuff. Can she grab the firearm and use it if necessary? So.
Yeah, I think it's important. So, I mean, I guess it depends on people's style. There's some people that are, I'm too old to fight or this or that, or they're just going to shoot. But, if a gun's your last resort, then who knows what could happen before, before that time actually arises in a sense. So I think it's a decent practice. Basically, I follow it. So
I see Squibby's out there, and so is Carolina EDC. So if they want to click the link and join the panel, they can. Woods, you can do it. Anyone, if you want to jump in, there's a link. I can get 4 more people in here. I know Squibby has a live stream scheduled for 4 o'clock, so I don't know if he's going to be wanting to join the panel or not.
I was wondering if he was doing something.
Yeah. I know, I think 76 Highboy has decided he's going to stream over the top of me also. He says live stream already happened. Well, it's not even. Oh, I guess it was 4 Eastern, so that would have been 1 Pacific. What do I know? I can't tell Eastern time. That's that Eastern metric bull crap. So, Miss Vanessa Kitty's out there. So that means he's probably looking at my comment and like, what an ass. You know? Yes, I was walking on the beach without Birkenstocks. I actually had tennis shoes on.
No way. What, somebody steal your sandals so you got stuck with shoes?
No, it was raining, and I don't want the leather getting wet and having to, go through and rework the leather and all that. So,
Wow. Now, are these Birkenstocks tennis shoes?
no, my tennis shoes are Pumas. I don't wear cheap shoes.
You got the beret too?
Say what?
The beret with the kangaroo on it.
No.
Oh, man.
So
I don't believe it. You got a picture of these shoes? I don't believe they're even real.
Watch the video. I call you out.
You steal your wife's shoes?
If my wife had as big a feet as I do, then that'd probably be a husband.
Hey, man, some chicks got big feet.
Yeah. So the Scotsman's out there, and Misha's out there. He says, did you play tennis while in your tennis shoes? Well, I don't know if they're really tennis shoes. They're, I guess, what they consider like tennis shoes or whatever, but they're not like K-Swiss. They're not those brands. Mr. Kyle Lusk is out there. So, what's going on? I see the Scotsman's out there. The link's in the chat if any of you guys want to click on it and head in.
I usually buy like running shoes or hiking type shoes, something along those lines typically. So I figure I don't run a lot. Well, I do run a bit, but I don't buy them for running. But I figure if they're comfortable to run in, they should be comfortable to walk or hit trails in. Typically,
Yeah. These are more of like a running shoe, I guess. I don't know. You could call them a low top basketball shoe.
Yeah, I think basketball shoes are designed all funny personally. So, like, most of them are flat, weak arch support, but yet you're running on a hardwood floor. Like, it seems ass backwards to me. But I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Well, I guess it really depends, like, on what brand of basketball shoes, because there are some out there that the soles are flat, but if you actually put your foot in there, there's a really good arch support inside. And it's just so that the reason why the sole stays so flat is stopping on the wood floors.
Well, I guess I could see that with the flat soles in a sense, but I don't know, and I'm sure there's differences in brands as far as arches, and some are known to be better and whatnot, but uh, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, just might be my thing. I don't know. To me, it doesn't make much sense. Seems like they'd be better off with more of like a running shoe than a high top flat shoe, personally. But again, what the hell do I know? I'm not a basketball star, so.
Well, so the reason why they want high tops is so that you can get them really tight around your ankles to have ankle support, so you're less likely to roll your ankle or sprain your ankle. You know, I've worn low tops playing many sports, football, baseball, and stuff. Even track and field. I didn't really ever roll my ankle or sprain my ankle until I started getting old. Here lately, I have gotten a lot more where I've like sprained an ankle or rolled an ankle. Because you step wrong and then you're like, oh, crap.
So I've done a lot of, both, I guess. Not both, but I used to do basketball shoes years ago. And then lots of boots, like forever, whether it's work boots or, boots with the military or whatever, but always boots. I've got like probably 7 pairs of boots laying around here. I wouldn't be surprised there wasn't more, but I haven't noticed much difference between, with ankle support for me. I don't know. Maybe, people might be different or whatever, but I can damage it in a boot or in a sneaker. For me, it doesn't. I haven't felt like I've been saved because of the upper, I guess you can state. Now, if they were something like rollerblades or something where it's strapped the hell in like a leg brace, then yeah, you can't even bend your ankle. Sure, I could see that, but I just, the way most people wear basketball shoes, they're not even tied. Like, they're tied in a manner where you never have to tie your shoes again. You just slip your foot in and out. So, yeah, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's more like loafers or something in a sense. In most cases, not saying people that actually play basketball, but I don't know. Yeah, it seems like you'd run out of your shoes in most cases.
Well, and that's the thing. There's a lot of people when they wear high tops, they don't even like tie them like super tight. They're supposed to be really, really tight, according to.
It's just for the look, man. Like,
but yeah,
they like the style or something. I think.
I wear the low ones because I tie them once and then I never tie them again, so I can slide them on and off. So probably within the next month, I'll be doing an interview with a channel. Her name's Worthwhile Fun, and I think she's a DC Projects rep out of Missouri. She goes down to Missouri Capitol a lot and testifies in front of the Senate and House down there. So that should be fun.
Totally different than what I was expecting with a name like that. So I figured she was a party girl, but nope, DC rep. That's cool.
Yep. And so if you guys are in Missouri, or in around Missouri, and you can make it, April 19th, at the state capitol is going to be a rally. I don't remember. I don't think she said exactly what time it was, but it is on the 19th. And let me pull up the email real quick, and I will maybe if my
What are you guys gonna be talking about? Just like what she's into and stuff, or oh, you said you're interviewing her?
yeah.
Okay, okay.
So it says gun rights rally day at Capitol coming up on April 19th. So if you guys are down in the Missouri area and you can make it, awesome. Go help support them. And if you haven't watched MC's response video to winning Ron Wayne's giveaway, where he gave away the bag, the range bag, and some other stuff, definitely go check it out after the live stream. It's funny as hell. Misha says, leave to Rob, eating a salad to not pay attention.
You eating a salad? Is that what he's saying?
He says, you're always eating a salad, so you're never paying attention.
I plan to have salad this evening and had it yesterday as well. So, I don't know. And attention's not cheap. So, I pay a little bit.
He says he takes it back because we know you're cleaning your Glock.
Oh. No, did find a receipt for my Glock though. My old Glock.
Oh no! There's a Freudian slip.
Not my old Glock. I had to condense things and do a bunch of rearranging and stumbled across the old receipt for me buying that. So let me see. What was the date?
Did you hear that, Squib? New York Outcast admitted that he bought a Glock. We're getting him to finally come out of the closet.
11/6/17.
Is a Glock 17?
No, it was a Glock 22.
So Glock
Been a
22, a Glock 22 is not in 22 long rifle.
No.
Nope. 40 cal.
Glock 45 is not 45 ACP.
Nope. Yeah, none of the
Glock
numbers make
40
sense,
is not a 40 Smith and Wesson.
right?
Common Core with their numbering.
No, it's so their numbering is their patent. So the 40 cal Smith and Wesson full size, their 22nd firearm patent was, and that's how they do it.
All right. If I'm going to go to my FFL and order one of these, I've got to go to Wikipedia first to figure out which one I'm going to get.
Well, it's kind of like Smith and Wesson. I mean, do you want a 686, 684? Do you want, a Model 10, Model 12? What are we, no dash, or do you
As
want a
long
dash
as
4?
it's Model 29 and under, you're good to go. I mean, really, just get the Model 29 and don't worry about any of the others.
Mm, yeah, that works. Smith and Wesson. Just don't buy a Glock.
Mm, I'd definitely say buy a Glock over an M&P.
Well, the one good thing about Glock is, it's a great drop gun. Like, they're so stereotypical. Like, nobody's gonna be surprised if they find one, I don't know, in the gutter.
I mean, if you get a Glock or an M&P, unless you're talking about like the original M&P, which is a revolver outcast, you'd never have one. Then either way, you're getting the same thing. So
Yeah, one's got curves, one's a rectangle.
MC says, I have a G29 as a backup to my G20. Mr. Mario Mosen is out in the crowd. Welcome.
So I heard what you said earlier about the carry the same gun that your wife would like to shoot kind of thing, because if for some reason in a situation she's got to use your firearm, or I guess vice versa, but more if she's got to use yours and she's got something she's comfortable with. And I don't disagree with the logic, but I disagree with it for me.
So it wasn't really, so like I put the mag extension, the extended mag release on my G23 so that when she shoots it, or if she would have to use it, she can hit the mag release a lot easier without having to break a grip. She's still comfortable shooting that 40 cal and everything. It's just the mag release was a little too far for her short hands, so I bought the mag extension so that it makes it a lot easier for her to be able to do, mag changes. So yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
guns are kind of personal in a sense, so there's nothing wrong with people doing things different ways. Like Squib saying that's just doesn't work for him or whatever. That's there's nothing wrong with that. So it's all relative to your situations and things like this. So the only possible downfall is, risk on your part in some way or another, very, very slightly possible, maybe, but, a plane might crash on your house too. So, it all depends. But, so I don't think there's really a right and wrong. So just pointing that out there for Squib's sake, even though he doesn't adhere to the same system. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, for example, with my second wife, she was a big bitch. She was like, she had trouble dating guys because most guys were shorter than her. She had a double stack 1911. I carried an M9. That's a double stack. Both of them are the same profile, about the same barrel length, about the same weight. The 1911 is a little bit heavier, obviously because of the ammo and the it was more steel than aluminum. But they about the same width of the grips, about the same height of the grips. We could both interchange our guns equally if we wanted to, and that was fine. With my wife now, she's petite. Them big guns, she doesn't like big, heavy guns. They're too big for her hands, they're too heavy, that sort of thing. She likes smaller guns. The problem I have with smaller guns is I can't hold on to them very well. My fingers hang off the side. They're snappy. They're very uncomfortable. I don't like small guns at all. So we don't have the ability to interchange. Now, if I carry a small gun so that she can use mine in the case, I guess I get shot and she's got to go for my gun because she forgot hers or something. It's not gonna do me much good because I'll shoot better with something I'm comfortable with. I'll shoot something better that I know I just pull the thing out, point, pull the trigger, and go, right? And likewise, if for some reason I guess she loses her gun and she's got to get my 1911, she's not hurt. It's too big for her hands. So it is a disadvantage, I guess, in that rare situation. But if I was comfortable shooting a tiny little gun, then I could employ that strategy in our routine. But it just doesn't work for me. I've got a couple small guns, and I rarely ever even take them out of the safe just because they're so uncomfortable.
See, and like you can get a tungsten guide rod for your Glocks, and I know I think they do have them for some of the M&Ps and stuff, which adds a little more weight under the muzzle, because it's right, the guide rod's right there under the barrel. So it kind of helps tame down your snappiness.
I don't know. People say that. I'm sure might be a measurable difference, but I don't think it matters that much. Not in most cases to say a female or something like that, or even a squib. I don't know. So I don't like those little pocket guns for the same reason Squib's talking about, just because they're snappy and they feel like they're going to fly out of your damn hand, some of them. So
my bottom two fingers hang off the damn gun. So I'm shooting like this.
Like my shield is pretty much as small as I want to go. You know what I mean? To be honest, it not saying it's uncontrollable or snap, but other people complain about it. They shoot it. You know what I mean? They don't like it, or I won't say they don't like. They'd rather shoot my full size. So I don't know. I mean, but then again, this is probably relative to the individual or whatever the case is as well too. So that's where right or wrong is an opinion, and everybody's got one. So maybe, I mean, it is an option, add weight to your gun, but I always kind of laugh at that because screw it, I'll throw his name out, Bald and Curious. He goes out, buys like a $2,000 gun, and then buys a bunch of weights and shit to slap on the front. Like, what the hell, dude? You bought this light race gun just to weigh it back down. What? I don't get it. I'm not trying to pick on the guy. I'm just stating, like, I don't get it. You know what I mean? Why focus on such a light gun just to add a comp and all this weight and shit on the front anyway? Like, seems counterproductive. You know what I mean? To me, I don't know.
So Misha does have a good point. He says, good news is that in the heat of the moment, you won't notice the pros or shortcomings of a firearm. You'll be too busy to care. Yeah, pretty much. So Misha says, I want an MP5 and a Caltech KSG. I'm telling you, Misha, we need to go shooting. I'll bring my KSG. I'll let you shoot that shotgun. It is so much fun. So much fun.
So I'd like to address that comment there from Misha that you've put up on the screen. Some people talk big, pay for a lot of training, and go to the gun range every week and just they talk big. But yeah, in that moment, they're gonna freak out, pee their pants, drop their gun, push the mag release, do whatever. Not everybody is that. I'm not saying that I'm John Wick or I'm Jerry Miculek. I've never claimed to be any of that bullshit. But in the heat of the moment, I'm not worried about fumbling around or not knowing what to do. That doesn't mean that I might have a situation where I make a bad call. But I'm not worried about that whole, if you can't draw your gun from behind 3 layers of clothes in a 1/10 of a second and send 15 rounds downrange in another 1/10 of a second and blah, blah, blah. I don't subscribe to any of that bullshit. I was doing some drills at Thunder on the Prairie last year where you had to do math while you're shooting. I suck at math. Okay. I'm too busy focused on what number have I got to shoot. I should have just gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like that is what I should have done instead of having to do the math equation and shoot. I'm not saying that there aren't distractions out there or that sort of thing, but a lot of people talk big, and especially about how much training they've taken and all this other bullshit. But if they ever had that situation, they're probably not even going to get their gun out of the holster. Not because they're making a smart move by maybe de-escalating the situation. It's because they're literally going to lose control of their bowels. So I'm really not about some of that BS. It's the same stuff I hear about. Since you open carry, they're going to target you first and they're going to assassinate you to take your gun. You can walk up behind me, whether I'm open carrying or concealed carrying, and put a gun behind my head and blow my brains out. If I don't hear you coming, and I don't see you coming, out of the corner of my eye or something, I'm not going to know the difference. Okay. Or be on a rooftop somewhere and take me out from 125 yards. And I'm not looking up there for somebody, but otherwise, like what Rob is saying, it's a difference of opinion. And I just don't subscribe to that opinion. I don't.
I want to. Oh, just go ahead, G23.
Oh, go.
I was just gonna say, I want to add, people live in different worlds too. So in some senses, what some would consider violence, trauma, all this is usually like a weekly occasion or, a family get together, in some cases. So, a lot of people I don't think are very close to violence or have been close to violence. Shit, I would be willing to bet most people haven't even been punched in the face, to be honest with you. And everybody should at some point. I mean, I don't take it wrong, but, I don't know. I think a lot of people will delay due to the shock factor. I can't believe this is actually happening, things like this. So, I would say, I did just, I don't know. As Squid said, training and stuff, all that is all a benefit. I'm not going to tell you not to, but I wouldn't, necessarily say, you don't have to worry about anything because you've got all these certificates. You know what I mean? Shit happens. And if you've never really been in a situation or dealt with violence, then, hopefully you don't get yourself in trouble because somebody's screaming at you and you just feel justified to shoot him or something. But if you've been separated from a rough life, then it might seem more drastic to an individual that hasn't in some cases. So and I'm again not trying to claim anything or whatever in a sense, but I think there's definitely a difference when, I don't know, somebody that's kind of been through that ends up in a situation versus a new person just coming across it.
How about if I quantify that with an example? Somebody who's never been in a fist fight in their life and they're my age, and somebody who looks a little rough around the edges approaches them just to ask for directions or something like that, and they get scared and pull their gun on the person.
So,
Could be a problem.
I'm not a small guy. People have seen me on my videos. I'm definitely not a small guy. I've had people, like, when I go to approach them, because I'm in some area that when we're traveling, it's like, okay, well, how do I get to this place? And they're like, and they like freeze. It's like, dude, I'm not gonna hurt you. It's kind of funny how there are people that just panic. It's not really that funny, but it does happen out there. And I've been in some situations, and yeah, you never know how you're gonna react until you've happened. upon it. I've had, like Misha says, encounters with four-legged animals way more times than two-legged animals. And I have been shot at. Of course, when you're running around with the gangs, that's part of the lifestyle. It happens. So, let's see.
Have you ever walked up to somebody to ask for directions and they're scared and they just hand you their wallet and go, "Here, take it. Just leave me alone. Let me live."
I had almost. I mean, it kind of like they're reaching for stuff. Like, it's like, dude, I just need directions. Oh, I can help you with that. And it's like,
If I was one of those people and I handed Rob my wallet, he'd hand it back because there's no damn money in it.
He'd go, "There's only plastic. What the hell is this? I don't know how to use this."
Throw it on the ground, stomp on it.
So the wife and I were heading over to visit one of her friends that was in the hospital in Seattle. This is when we still lived up in Washington. And I pulled up to this store, and you could tell, we're in a bad part of town. There's bars on the window. There's bulletproof glass. The clerk's behind bulletproof glass with one of those like slide out trays. And as I was heading into the store, there was two guys out front, and you could tell, they were, probably, known gang members in the area. And as I was walking past them, I was like, "Hey, keep an eye on my car," and just walked right into the store. and when I came back out, I talked with them, and we were laughing about it. But, there probably other people would have reacted a whole lot different, in that situation. They probably wouldn't have even gotten out of their damn cars. They would have just like, "Okay, I'll just keep trying to find this place on my own."
Yeah, and I used to work at that gas station third shift when I was like 17.
Did you read?
Maybe 19.
Did you read Defense Dad's comment? I got the opposite. I was out doing night photos the other night, and a mom told her kids to stay away from me because I was probably homeless.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny. I get a lot of people at store aisles, this and that. They'll definitely keep their distance or whatnot. I find a lot of times when I come in tight areas, I'll just say something, and I think I disarm them by talking to them decent, respectfully. You know what I mean? And they tend to relax. So I've had the same thing with customers. A kid that we took in for a while, I had to go meet an attorney. Went to meet the attorney. The attorney and secretary pulled up right before we did for the appointment. They seen us come and ran inside, locked the doors. We ended up having to reschedule because they wouldn't let us in. Like, so I don't know. Some people definitely. I mean, it's good for people to play it safe, but I got to tell you, when a lady breaks down out front, has a flat tire, and I'm literally pulling a jack out of my truck because I just got back from working on somebody else's car, and I offer to change your tire, and you damn near freak out. It's a little insulting, but I don't really blame people in a sense. But it can get insulting sometimes. But people usually cross the street, especially at night. If you walk down the street, they just cross the street usually. But honestly, all in all, it's probably good. As a whole, I mean, I'm not a problem, not the problem they're thinking, but it's, you can't really blame people to be safe, at least in my area.
I've had people, like when we were in the stores and stuff, and I'll have people like grab their kids and they completely head in the opposite direction. I've had a husband like grab his wife and they walk off in the other direction, and it's like, what am I, that damn scary? You know?
What pisses me off is when you pull up somewhere like the store or something, and the people next to you gotta hit their like lock button like 7 times. Like it's like,
That's
dude, like,
that's
I
be-
don't want that piece of shit. Like,
that's because you roll up in a beat down Honda Accord, and they're probably more
Probably.
scared.
probably,
They're
but
probably
I
more
really don't
scared
want
that you're going to
to give you
damage their car.
headaches or something. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell? Like, so it just means I'm here to steal your car. I mean, Jesus, I've got, been to customers' places and shit and had seen the same thing that the neighbors freak out and shit. So, I mean, it's funny sometimes. Other times it's just like you feel like throwing a brick through their window. Just, just so, you can be an asshole too.
I don't know if I pulled into a parking space at the grocery store and before I got out of my truck, you pulled up next to me, I might move my truck. Because I finally saw the video.
I've seen people do that too.
I
They'll
saw the
drive
video.
to the other side of the parking lot, get out, and run in the store.
I saw how ratty your truck looks, so I know you don't give a shit if somebody puts a dent in it. So if you open your door into mine, you're going to be like,
I won't be able to tell which scratch or dent it was. That's the whole point of having a truck like that. It doesn't matter.
yeah, see, I don't want you denting up mine with yours because you don't give a fuck about yours. Because I've had that truck before.
That's right.
my
You
last
try
truck-
cutting me off, I will run your ass off the road. We're online. No, I won't. But accidents can happen.
Part of the reason I got rid of my last truck was all of the rust and stuff like that because it was so damn old. It was 17 years old. But there was a certain point where I started to, the rust and the scratches and the dents and things like that. I didn't take care of it, and it just got worse. And at that point, I didn't care. I was that guy. I didn't care.
That's a lot less stressful when you can pull into a parking lot and not worry if the people are slamming, carts into your car, or the minivan next door, the kids pile out and slam into your shit, or people just being assholes and slamming carts around in the parking lot. When you don't have to worry about all that shit, or you can just, I don't know, grab your tool belt or something, literally throw it in the back of the truck, or have them dump stone. Yeah, just dump it, whatever. When you don't have to worry about it, you get so much more work done. That's the way I see it. You just care less, none of that shit matters. And that's what pisses me off. If I paid like 55, or 55 grand for a new comparable truck or whatever, holy shit, I'd be too scared to drive that thing to work. I wouldn't want to do anything with it. I'd treat it like with kid gloves or whatever they call it. Like, how the hell are you supposed to do any work like that? That it just wouldn't work for me. You know what I mean? Even if I was rich tomorrow, I wouldn't buy a damn new truck for work. That's just wasting money.
This is where you
Go
have
get
it.
some strippers or something. I mean, at least get something out of the damn money.
See, this is where you got it backwards, Rob. You have your work truck, which is exactly what it is. It's a work truck. And then you have your truck. So
I don't need it. All I need is a work truck.
When you go out to do the bids, when you go out to go looking for new customers and stuff like that, and they see you roll up in a nice looking rig and everything, and they're like, hey, this is a guy I may want to hire. When you go rolling up in a 1923, they're going to go, hey, that's pretty nice. You go rolling up in a 78 or a 90, somewhere in that, and they're like, this dude's just poor. I don't want him doing shitty ass work for me.
People say that. Squib said that, but yep. I could bring the lady in here. Shit. If it wasn't for whatever, I would even put customers on the phone. You know what I mean, in a sense. But no, dude, I'm the guy they call after that shiny guy comes and fucks up your shit and charges you overpriced shit, misleads you into stuff, rips half your house apart, and we don't do that, and blah 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 blah. Or it's only gonna be $2,000, and they rip half your roof off, and they're like, we need 20 grand. Then I'm the guy. So I go fix all their bullshit mistakes. They get away with it. They got the advertising. There's a new sucker born every day. You know, they look good in their little t-shirts and shit. But, you know, they piss in your bushes, cigarette butts in the yard, try to bang your kid or wife, you know, whatever. Don't give a shit. If you screwed up and wrote the check wrong, they'll be happy to take it if it's their favor. That's what you get. You know, I mean, yeah, you got a nice looking crew in your driveway, but it doesn't mean you're getting good work. Yeah, that's one of those things I can point out a million like shit. That's half my business. Like there's one company around here, they got a paint store. They're like one of the biggest. They freaking lap rubber backwards and then want to charge you to come back and repair it. Like it's typical. Shit, I don't even know. Yeah, I mean, these are the big companies. Like so. I don't know, man. I've paid my bills, made a living. I haven't gotten rich, but I've paid my bills and made a living with this, and yeah, it works for me.
You like that?
Oh God, defense dad. He says that at least when they see Rob in his truck, they don't assume he stole it.
That's another advantage.
But I'll tell you this though, what'll happen is the guy with the brand new Super Duty and the polo shirt with his company logo embroidered and the tablet and the digital tape measure and all that shows up, quotes the thing.
What's the tablet for?
No,
though?
wait.
The tablet? You always bring up tablet. What the hell is the tablet for? What do you need a tablet to do an estimate for?
They're green. Everything is on the tablet, no paper. Right. And then boom, they hit the button. It's emailed and even or texted or both to you immediately, or they can pull information from the office. They can also take pictures and put that into file. So they've got a before and after. They've got something to take back to the office in case they've got to do some more stuff. They don't have to keep coming out to look at it again. The tablet can they can store the measurements, everything on there. But the thing is, for most people, it's, oh, look, they're paperless. They're green. Anyhow, they show up with all that stuff, right? They give you the quote and you're like, all right, do it. And then Rob shows up to do it because they subbed the shit out to him.
That's happened too, honest to God. Matter of fact, for the DA around here, well, she's not current, but same thing, basically. Yeah, matter of fact, I don't want to go get into details, but I ended up meeting this lady, and then whatever. I think she wanted to have a personal relationship, but I wasn't going there. Basically, I was supposed to do a roof, and then the next thing you know, she calls a company that I ended up working for to do her roof anyway. So I know she felt stupid coming home seeing me up there. So yeah, I don't understand, but I guess some people feel comfortable paying more. They really do. And there's something to that because I used to be cheaper than I am. And the lady was like, oh, hell no. Basically, whatever it is, add $1,000 and work basically double. No joke. Like some people just like paying more, but there's limits to that to where it's just ridiculous. A 4x4 shouldn't cost you $500. It should.
So to address defense dad, he says it's the shorts you wear in the winter. People probably assume you're off your meds. It's cold. Okay, so we don't get like that type of weather where I'm at. I mean, yeah, every once in a while, we'll get some snow, but most of the time, if it snows overnight into the morning, by midday, the snow's gone. So wearing shorts is fine. And
crazy ass. You're crazy, man. You're just trying to justify you're crazy.
People around here wear shorts in 30 degrees.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, they're crazy too. Those are the people that deserve to get in an accident and die of hypothermia on the highway.
See,
well, I mean, I guess some people, if their car breaks down and I guess they don't have a phone to call somebody or something, something else, and they go to knock on somebody's door and ask to use the phone, I don't think their shorts are going to be the thing that has the person say, yeah, why don't you wait outside or something like, give me the number? I'll call them for you or something. It's going to be other things about how they appear. But
you kidding me? If it's winter and like snowing outside and dude rolls up in shorts and a tank top, you're not gonna think something's wrong with that dude?
not around here. No, people
Oh
don't.
shit, that's red flag, man. That's as bad as showing up with a trench coat in the summer.
When I moved here from the South, I was cold in 50 degrees. I was wearing a coat. And I was floored when I seen people walking around in shorts. And then it got colder and colder and colder, still wearing shorts and things like that. Once I acclimated, I was fine. And I can bounce back and forth between 120 degrees and 20 degrees. But it's just the way it is. If you're not used to that, yeah, you're going to look at it and go, what the fuck? But after a season or two, you'll be like, yeah, that's just what we do.
Yeah, I grew up where the summers were over 100 and the winters were freezing ass cold. And I definitely didn't wear shorts in the wintertime. There was times I would, but for 99% of the time, I wasn't wearing shorts in the wintertime. Because when you've got, 3-4 feet of snow on the ground and you got to walk somewhere, you're not going to, be wanting to wear shorts.
No, but if you got 3 or 4 feet of snow on the ground and you shovel out your driveway, you're going to peel off everything you've got pretty much because you're going to be
Exactly.
like crazy.
Yeah, you're going to go out there wearing shorts and a sweatshirt because shorts and a t-shirt, whatever, because as you're working, you're going to be sweating your ass off.
I'm so lazy. I've shoveled my driveway in my robe.
Hell no. I at home or something. There might be one aspect, but I don't know, man. I think a man needs to be prepared for anything. You need to be prepared to be stuck there all fucking day if it comes down to it. If something comes up, you know what I mean. If you got to handle business for some weird reason, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you guys' lives aren't like that. Everything's always perfect, but whatever the case may be, that's unexpected, that you didn't plan for, you should be able to handle it. I don't want to get taken out because I'm stuck in shorts, you know what I mean, or something like that, or stuck in sandals, and I could have helped somebody, in a situation or whatever, but you're not going to make it in your sandals, you know what I mean, in some cases, whatever the situation is. I don't know. To me, it just seems like, people are less prepared today than they should be. They take too much for granted, and that's a bad thing, in my opinion. You should dress for the weather, not the occasion. You can always layer down, you should at least have something in case, because, shit happens. Look at all these people got stuck in a damn snowbank last year and died in their car. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Freaking, shit happens. If you knew the whole future and everything ahead, you'd be rich on your island or whatever, doing whatever you want to do by now. You know what I mean?
So like in my SUV, even though I'm wearing shorts and stuff, I have a pair of jeans in there, a pair of sweats, a lightweight jacket, a midweight jacket, and a winter like sub-zero jacket. Plus, I have 2 blankets that I keep in the car at all times. And then, there's a full-blown Trauma 1 med kit that's in there. So
that's cool. At least you got that with you. But I think, a lot of people say they do and they don't. And statistically, accidents happen close to home, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it doesn't necessarily even have to be an accident. It could be something else. I don't know. And you're standing on the side of the road for 45 minutes or something. I don't know. Either way, the human body, it doesn't matter how tough you are. Hypothermia is a thing. So it is what it is. You're going to start losing grip the cooler you get. You're going to dehydrate quicker. I mean, there's all types of stuff to this where you're just going to become weaker when you maybe needed the most.
The nice thing is, Squib and I, because we have newer vehicles, we have this thing called roadside assistance that comes and picks up our vehicle and
Come
takes
bail
us
me out
someplace.
because I need help, assistance. Right.
Yeah, so we can like get stuck in a
And what
snowbank.
happens when the day comes that they don't show up? That-
Then I sue him for breach of contract.
okay, but you're still screwed at that point because you counted on somebody else. Yeah, or
No,
I don't know, the
that's the
guy
reason
that
why I.
shows up to help your daughter on the deserted highway, little to be known, is should have been arrested 20 times, keeps getting out of jail, just landed his job, and now he's there to rape your daughter. Yeah, I don't know. Why
Well,
depend on another individual? Period. If
if that
you're a
was
man,
I can work on my vehicles and everything.
sure, but you don't feel like it. I know the
choose well.
story. I know the whole gist. I'm just stating.
No, it's after
Why depend on another man to fix your problems? What
after
is
break.
doesn't that make depreciate you a little bit?
No, after I broke the T11, T12 vertebrae in my back, I'm not gonna be leaning over the hood of a car working on it, and then spend the next 3 days laying in bed, because my back is now screwed. As you get older and you've had injuries, you go, you know what? I'm just not going to do certain things that I know is going to cause me a lot more pain for more time. When I can be like, you know what? My warranty will cover somebody else to work on my car. My warranty will also cover roadside assistance. So if something happens, they'll come tow my car so I don't have to fucking pay for it out of my own pocket. Or try working on the car on the side of the road. I have worked on a car on the side of the road. I put a distributor in, no timing light, and nailed it perfectly, all by ear. So you can work on, if you know what you're doing, you can do it. I've put a fuel pump in a vehicle without having to drop the gas tank, because most Nissans actually have an inspection plate in them that a lot of people don't realize is there. So you can actually access your fuel pump and stuff like that without having to drop your tank.
Well, in the end, whether you can fix your car or not, I'm not trying to shame you on that. Everybody's got different skills, but I will shame people on like putting their life in jeopardy or their kid's life in jeopardy by waiting on somebody else. Like, your kid should be dressed to be out in that damn weather. It doesn't matter. You're just driving to the mall, gonna go pick something up for dinner, this and that. They should have shit where if you had to stand on the side of the road, they wouldn't freeze to death. They wouldn't be losing a finger or hypothermia, frost, all this shit. That's your job. The same thing
No,
for your lady. It's your
you raised
job.
them. You raised them the first 18 years of their life. You've taught them what they need to know, and at that point, if they choose to not be
I'm
prepared,
talking about
it's
your little
natural
5-year
selection.
old in the back or whatever,
Oh
shit
well,
like that. Like, I see it all the time, dude. Like, all the time. These kids are wearing these Walmart clothes. You can damn near see through them, and their safety is the vehicle and a telephone. You know what I mean? That don't help in every situation. It's not wise. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'd like to see people be more proactive and smarter in those occasions. So hopefully down the line, my kid, somebody in the future, doesn't end up dead in some stupid situation that's going to have me rolling in my grave because they were waiting on somebody else.
so did you read my comment that I posted on your community tab there, Squib?
Yeah.
The one where I said you were going to be streaming right at the same time I was.
I don't know. You said something about some people and their live shows or something.
Yeah, damn people, something like that. Yeah, and then I was like, now when you pointed that out in the side chat, I was like, oh crap, he did say Eastern time, and I didn't do the -3 hour bullshit.
Well, now, see, here's the thing. In a self-defense scenario, when you go to draw your gun and engage the threat in front of you, don't worry about what's behind your target or anything off to the side or anything like that. I want you to figure out what time it is in Eastern time zone, then pull the trigger.
Right?
And now you've done a drill that they do in these schools to make you prepared.
Yep. I forgot to do the Eastern time correction. But I know Misha's out in the side chat. I might be back in your neck of the woods on Monday. Hopefully, I'll be up there to pick up my new tools.
I didn't even realize you did your show, Squib. So, I was figuring you were to send invites out or something.
Nope. I put in a post. If you want a link, email me. Then I put a banner at the bottom of the show saying email me and
email you. I emailed you last week and you still haven't responded.
I didn't see no email.
It probably went to spam.
Yeah.
Probably went to spam where it belongs.
Yeah, so if somebody tried to join the show, it probably is in the spam folder. That's fine. It was an hour. It was bullshit, and I just kept going because I didn't have anybody. I looked over in the at the comments there on the right and tried to read the ones that were relevant. I just talked about the pros and cons of going to events and why some people say they won't go, and why some people go, or what you might get out of it if you go. A lot of people will do live shows leading up to going to an event they're going to, and they'll do it for weeks or months before the event and weeks or months after.
Oh yeah, show. Oh my God, it's almost like the holidays where they put the shit out 2 months in advance. By the time it gets there, you don't even care anymore. You just burns the hell out of it. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I just know exactly what you're talking about.
Right. You're right. Yeah. Yep. Or they take the time to take the 3 months where they're going to talk about the show they're going to, and you're not, to ask you to give them money to go. And it's like, wait, whoa, hold up. You're going to rub it in my face that you get to go, but I don't. And now you want me to pay for you? Go fuck yourself, dude. Yeah. But on the other hand, the people that are going, they've got reasons why they don't, it's too far away, or I'm afraid something will happen to me, or just what I think I have to spend money, or whatever it is. It's like, no, that's not necessarily true. So I encourage people to go to different events, whether it's a trade show, a rally, a gun show, something like that. I know it's not for everybody, but I just tried to talk about the pros and cons. I mean, there is another side to the coin of the people that go on there and, say how great they are because they got to go, but you didn't. I got invited, but there are things that the average person can go to. But I was just kind of picking fun at the fact that so many live shows spend so much time pre-show, pre-event, post-event. So I was kind of making fun of it on mine.
So are you going to go to NRAM there, Squibby?
Just for a day.
Well,
but you don't need an invitation with that. You just gotta give the NRA your money.
Depends. If you want to go as media, so that you can cover,
Well, I'm sure you could cover. Everybody's got a damn cell phone, so you probably cover things anyway. Shit, I've never gone anywhere as media. I don't know. I don't know. I think I get what Squib's saying. It's kind of like a club thing, we're in or not or something out. But a lot of people really don't give a shit about it. The same as the Glock Club. Who gives a shit? Walk around and try to kiss ass and give free shit. I mean, I don't know. I've never been a fan or drawn to it.
Ozzy says he'll be at NRAM on Saturday. I know there's a couple other channels. Jason Stewart, I think, will be there on Saturday, along with Reloading from the Hot Pot. And then I know Chris from the 740. I think he's going to be there the whole time. There's a lot of people that are going to NRAM. But another, say, Great American Outdoors, which Rob goes to every once in a while. some people will do the media so they don't have to pay the entrance fee. You know,
Yeah,
so
but come on, that just goes to show you how cheap a son of a bitch is. If I'll pay to get in the door, what the hell's their excuse? You know what I'm saying? I parked a mile away for parking
oh yeah, and that's another reason why they go media
just to
is
save
because
a
they
buck.
get, you know, like the Great American Outdoors show. If you have the media pass, you get to park closer, and you get, I think you get in for free. And you know, there's other places that do that too. You know, and so sometimes there's little perks. You know, on why you want to go as a media over, you know, paying $20 to get into the show. It's like, I'm gonna give you $20 to get in there, and then you want me to spend another $20 buying something? I'm out $40 already out the door. Or I go in there as media, and I can now spend $40 to purchase stuff.
And the part that gets me, I mean, you know, it's like, why buy the cow when you can have the milk for free? I probably screwed that up because it's not my saying, but you know, like there's what hundreds, thousands of people going to video the same shit. So what makes yours different?
Sometimes it's about approach, and you know, you may come up with answers or questions to stuff that,
Bullshit, because if you ask any serious answers, they ask your ass to leave. They ain't talking to you. This and that. It creates a scene. You know,
well,
look,
that's
we've seen that in the past with people I won't name for, you know, because they're shit bags too. But yeah, you go in
You know-
there asking real questions, nobody likes you.
and the thing is if you put that out on, you know, hey, guess what? I tried to get at the questions that you guys are asking, and they don't want to answer that. It might make people start thinking twice about, you know, supporting, you know, said company.
I'd be like most of the companies in there, apparently.
So I remember I went up to Delton and I said, "Hey, I don't know why, but most people think your products suck. I don't know. I'd like to find out if they do or they don't. But you're always out of stock. Any idea when you're going to get, you know, this or that back in stock?" And they said, "No, we're not sure when or anything else like that." I think they were a little bit upset that I said that most people said their products sucked. I've never shot a Delton upper or lower or anything else like that. I'd like to. I do have some Delton parts, but in the past, when I was interested in buying, they were always out of stock. I don't know how it is today, but it'd be nice if they could answer that question and say, well, we've had trouble getting raw material, or well, we've had issues with our machinery, or well, we've had labor issues, or something. Give me something, but just, we don't know. Well, that's not really good public relations.
So what do you think of that, Squib?
It's probably really comfortable to shoot. It's not the one I want, but that thing's probably really manageable.
Rob would like it because it's a 9mm.
Oh yeah, then I don't want it. Never mind.
Yeah.
Like I
Awful
want
big.
I want a micro Draco. I just don't want to pay the
Yeah.
price for it. So I don't want it that bad. One day maybe I'll pony up because I actually really like the way it shoots. It's so it's comfortable. It really is.
But see, that one's with the actual Romanian AK receiver, so you could pull the PCC barrel out and restore it back to and have an AK pistol like a micro Draco.
Okay.
That'd be better for the weight.
I'll put it this way. For a carbine or a full-size rifle, I prefer an AR platform. For a pistol, I prefer an AK platform. I'm not anti-AK. It took me a long time to get one because I really just had no need for one. But I've shot an AR pistol and I've shot an AK pistol, and I prefer the AK pistol hands down.
Because that one still has all the AK, so you can restore it right back to, being a full-on AK. It's Charles Daly.
So would you get a job? You buying this thing?
I
Go
have
back to work.
yeah. Gotta make money somehow.
So what do you do with that?
He's a hitman.
Oh, careful with that one. Some people think that's a bad thing.
Misha says, I've thought about the mid-tier PSA AK. The thing is they're using like AK build kits, or at least they were. I don't know if they still are, but it's really hard to screw up an AK. So I don't see that it'd be a bad thing. They're priced not too bad. I've never actually shot one, so I can't say how well they are or anything. MC's got it right. There you go, Rob. There's your answer. MC says G23 is working as a whale watching, gun buying tour guide.
Okay. Well, yeah. You don't want to share, it's okay, man. We understand if you're doing something you don't want to talk about. I mean, if the wife's got you on the corner, we get it.
See, you don't do the corner anymore. You do OnlyFans. You make more money.
Nah, I don't know about that, man. And you got middlemen, you got trails, cash money's the way to go.
Rob would rather make $50 in cash than make $250,000 that got direct deposited into a bank account.
Yes, he would. I saw an AK that I would have loved to have gotten, but they had a $4,200 price tag on that thing, and I'm like, ugh, no way. There's no way in hell that I could tell the wife I was gonna go spend $4,200 on a rifle.
Guess it just depends on what makes it so.
It's a very limited amount that were actually imported pre-86.
Oh, so you'd have to get a tax stamp?
No, it's still a semi-auto. It's not full auto, but it was like a competition AK that was brought in. So sounds like Defense knows a lot about OnlyFans. He says OnlyFans versus hooking for cash. OnlyFans, no pimp, no touching, and more money.
Or he knows how to be a pimp. One of the two.
Yeah. Are you kidding me? Like, I'm not going to say half, but a lot of those people got a pimp, man. who do you think's paying for that apartment and shit? Like, there's a lot to that.
The
I guess
people
the average
watching the
people
video?
don't know.
What, OnlyFans,
Yeah,
dude?
yeah. There's a lot of people that I mean, I don't want to throw some names out, some public ones, but that's a business format now. Okay, you get a decent sized place, you get a bunch of girls, which is a lot easier than you think, as damages are coming out these days. And then set them up with a place. Basically, you set them into the spot. They do it willingly. And it's borderline. People want to call it sex trafficking, but this is in most cases willing. In my opinion, a lot of these girls got a screw loose, but they're the security. The pimp's the security. The pimp's the ones taking them out, all this shit, giving them an allowance for the shit they're getting. That you guys are paying $5 to see pussy pics or something. It blows my freaking mind. I don't understand it, but in most cases, you're just feeding another guy in those situations. So I mean, there's a lot. I don't even know if you want to cover this, because I mean it can go pretty deep. But in some cases, I don't know what's okay for YouTube, what's okay for your channel. But this is a big freaking thing, big thing now.
All right, people do OnlyFans in their home, and they do it at work. Okay, that's where they do it. All right, you don't need a pimp.
That's what's presented to you, man. All right, whatever. Believe what you want to believe, man. That's how it works.
So, Misha says, if I could get a Select Fire MP5, I'd be happier than all hell. You can get a Select Fire MP5. It's just going to cost you a tax stamp and probably $60,000 to $80,000. Now, if we can get the NFA to go away, then those prices are going to drop because there'd be more availability, and some of your collectors, those are going to still stay high. And that's what a lot of people don't understand is it's like when they brought back the snake guns, a lot of people are, well, it's going to hurt the value of the originals. No, it's not. Those are collector's items. And that's a whole different market from the people that are going to go buy the new snake guns. You're talking to two different kinds of people. I mean, yeah, there are some people that are going to say, hey, I want the originals and then I want the copies or the re-release, because they want to have that collection. And that's still a whole different, group of people that you're talking about.
Last year, I almost bought a Select Fire. I did it, or I was going to do it, not because I really wanted it. I was going to do it just to be spiteful, more or less to go, would you guys quit belly aching about how much these fucking things cost? All right. I'm not talking about walking in there with cash like Outcast. I'm talking about financing it. Seriously. Financing it like it's a car. Oh, I don't want to do it. Why? At the end of 5 years, you own it. I got to finance it. It's the value of the damn thing's probably going to go. Unlike a car, which depreciates in most cases, the Select Fire is going to appreciate unless you Bubba the damn thing. But I almost did it just to go, look, here I am, tiny little YouTube channel, nobody. I'm going to go shoot my Select Fire rifle, put on my sunglasses. Look at me. I'm so cool. I was going to do it just to be a dick.
What I was thinking about doing was trying to get an SOT, because then you can build your own. So you could take, your Glock and turn it and then get the switch and make it a full auto. You can take your AKs and make them Select Fire. You can drill your third hole in your AR and make it Select Fire.
But see, people go, well, I don't want to do that because then the ATF can kick in my door and look in my house and do this. And well, they're going to do that if you have something with a tax stamp anyhow, if they had probable cause. They don't just randomly go, well, let's see, today we're going to go to Squibb's house because he bought that Select Fire last year to be a dick. Now, what am I doing? What am I doing to be on their radar? Oh, you don't know. Oh, what the fuck ever. I just, no.
Now, if you're doing it as a business, that's a whole different thing. You can end up where they come in and, they want to look at your bound books. They want to look at stuff like that. But because you're a business, and so if you have that SOT, you're saying, hey, I'm going to be making, firearms. I'm going to be making explosives. I'm going to be doing whatever the hell, and so, yeah, they're going to want to come in and look and see that you're doing it properly. How are you storing said components to make whatever you're going to do, and that's the difference, and like what Squib's saying is just because you go and buy a suppressor or a silencer, whatever you want to call it, yeah, you give them permission to come into your house. You've actually already given them that permission once you fill out the paperwork.
Pretty much, yes. But how often do they randomly just go, hey, today we're going to knock on G23's door? Or
Absolutely.
whatever. Now, if you have an SOT and they're doing an audit, an annual, semi-auto, a random audit, because now you're an FFL, you're more likely to get audited. If they want, they can go to your house. And you go, nope, they can't. It's my business. No, they can go to your house too. Okay. So, in one way you can have the new stuff, and I heard somebody go, but it's not really mine. No, it belongs to the business. And there's a lot of other things about that business that are write-offs and all these other things that you can do. So, but you still have it. I'm not saying I agree with the NFA. I'm not saying I agree with tax stamps or the ATF or any of that garbage, but just some of the stuff I hear, it's like, dude, they don't go kick in your door, because you stole the pen from the bank. You either had to have done something or they're in your house by mistake. So what is it? If you're going onto YouTube going, I made this cell phone into a machine gun, they're going to kick in your door, dumbass. Okay? But, oh shit, they're at my door. But I mean, otherwise...
Hide the dogs, Squib.
Follow the bullshit rules, like at your job where you follow the bullshit rules. I follow bullshit rules at my job all the time. You know why? Because they fucking pay me. That's why. You just follow the bullshit rules, put up with it, and there you go. It's not right, but that's if you want your toy right now, that's what you're going to have to do. Either spend the money or get the business and still spend the money. I don't agree with it, but there are ways. And if you say, I can't afford it, no, you don't want to do what it takes to get it. Or you say, this is more money than I'm willing to spend. Now, if you say, I'm not willing to do what it takes, or that's more money than what I think it's worth or I'm willing to spend, okay, I'll agree with you there. But when you say, I can't, no, I can't is a cop-out. I'm not saying you should have to pay $60,000 or $80,000 for it, or fill out a tax stamp, or have the threats that they're going to kick in your door for absolutely no reason because they can, right? But don't say you can't. You can, it's that you don't want to. This is why I don't own a business. I can start up my own business. I can make it successful. I've wanted to do it for a long time. But all the bullshit I got to do in order to start the business and maintain the business and grow the business, oh, hell no. My ambition has limits, and that's definitely it. So I'm not going to say, I can't start a business. I'll tell you flat out, I'm too damn lazy to start a business.
Yep. So, I emailed FPC asking them if they would represent me in a lawsuit against California. So hopefully I'll get some kind of response back, because with like California, and there's other states that do this, where they don't recognize out-of-state permits, and then they don't issue non-resident permits. So they're saying, hey, you can't carry in our state. You can't protect yourself in our state. So I think I'm going to try going after that, which would also help, because you could use that to then push for national reciprocity.
So what's this rumor about you knocking off an armored car and getting a bunch of money and claiming it's an inheritance?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Okay. Hypothetical question for both of you. You're driving down the interstate, the back doors of the armored car fly open, money comes pouring out onto the street, the guy keeps going. People are pulling over left and right to grab the money. Do you pull over and grab the money? And if you do you turn it in or do you keep it?
Neither.
The cameras. Where is this happening?
Because the moment you get caught with one single one of those bills, you're going down for bank robbery.
Really? Oh, this like what Walter Davis said out there in the live chat. Technically, if you steal pens from the bank, that's bank robbery.
No, there's actually
Well, what if you were
there's case
walking in
law
the woods and just found an ATM there cracked open full of money? That way, you didn't see somebody drop it.
See, there's a difference. An ATM, unless it's owned by a bank, is because I can go and buy ATMs and I can
All
set
right,
up
damn it.
ATMs.
A bank car's out in the middle of the woods. Nobody's around. There's no cameras. There's no bear shitting anywhere. It's just you in the truck that's wide open full of money.
All right.
See-
How about this instead? All right, you live out that away. What if you're walking in the woods and you came across DB Cooper's money?
I'd take it.
Well,
I'd
since
turn
the
in the
statute of
20% I
limitations,
found.
what a lot of people don't think about is every bill in the United States has a serial number on it, and those serial numbers are recorded. So, like, if they're in a armored vehicle or whatever,
So
they
you're telling me you
every
don't know how to
single-
laundry money? You're from the ghetto, man. You were a gang criminal. You don't know how to do this?
oh, don't
You don't go out,
no.
buy a
No,
brand new car the
don't.
next
I am
day
a
and all this
lawful-
shit. There's
I
a
am a law-
process to it.
I am a law-abiding U.S. citizen who does not commit criminal activity.
Okay. If you're not stupid, I think you can get away with it. Stupid and greedy is what people get caught. What gets them. So they go buy a car the next day, live it up at the hotel, and then they track the surveillance and they figure out it's these same people at the gas station, at the hotel, and at the casino. And then you get the guys kicking your door and shit.
So here's the thing. This happened. And this is an actual true story. So there was a armored car that got into a car accident, and money spilt across the freeway. People picked it up. Some people returned it. Some people decided they were going to keep it. And there was a guy who spent $20, and they used
At
the
a store with cameras?
They used the store surveillance
'Cause
system
he's a dumbass, dude.
and tracked it back to him, and he got charged with,
See,
robbery.
he failed because he didn't create any distance between that marked bill and him through
And
other
then-
people. Other
and-
shady people at that all have records. So therefore, who are they pointing fingers at?
And then one of the people that returned the money, they returned the money to the armored company, and they were charged with robbery. It's like, wait a minute, they're returning the damn thing, so I ain't touching it. I'm not going to be damned if I do, damned if I don't.
What state?
That was I believe it was in California.
Yeah, that's why, because it's in fucking California. Same thing would happen in New York. If you just looked at if you were on the same street as the armored car, you just kept driving, no matter, you're guilty. All right. For the rest of us, I mean, you go to that gun show that's cash only, and I don't know. I look at it like this. If the money blew out all over the freeway and they were able to recover part of it, and 6 months later you come walking down the sidewalk on the service drive and there's a $100 bill that somehow or another just popped out of nowhere, You're gonna tell me that you're a fucking criminal? Because nah, man, I'm just not buying it.
Yes, Ting Ting. If any of us did one little tiny thing that Hunter Biden did, we'd all be sitting in prison for years.
So getting back to what Rob was talking about, doing stupid things to get caught. That's why I live the lifestyle I do. That way, when the armored car rolls over and I get the cash and I spend it, they're going to look and go, oh, he normally just buys shit like that anyhow. I'll put it all in a slot machine.
Right? But anymore, don't most of those casinos have what's that? The player's card?
Player's card is just your club card. That just tracks your points and stuff like that. Makes it, you can use it for your free parking and garbage like that.
But how many people are going to scan their card and then put the stolen money in that machine?
I mean, are they really going to look at it in the back when they got the machines counting in and stuff? These are casinos, man. They're not about to do anything that's going to cause them to lose any money. They're going to be like, this guy, unless you're using, counterfeit bills, I don't think they're even going to. I would think they would be one of the best places to launder your money, honestly.
I wouldn't, but I've been told I should shut up, basically. So,
You might listen to the wife for a little bit.
No.
There's the hypotheticals, and then there's this is what I would do. And this is what I would do is going to get your ass in trouble every damn time. It's like saying, hey, if this all happens, I'm going to have a boating accident. Well, now it's premeditated because you put it out there. Everybody knows.
In Rob's case, it would be a rafting accident, but yeah.
Yep. I thought your comment on the video was hilarious. And Rob's like, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, if he wasn't out doing quotes with paper and pencil, then he'd probably have time to watch everybody's videos. I don't know. I watched a bunch of his shorts today. I didn't get notifications on them, but somebody made a comment about his truck video, and I'm like, what truck video? So I checked out his shorts, and I think it was second from the newest one. The newest one, he's got a gun bunny in his truck.
That was in the car, actually.
So the thing is it doesn't seem like they push the shorts. Like, they don't give out notifications on shorts.
Right.
And they're like, a third of the time do they give notifications for videos.
I don't know. It's kind of funny. I'll open up YouTube and I'll get notifications for a video that one of you guys did 3 months ago. But the video you did yesterday, nothing. Mm-mm.
Yep. So, yeah. Like, I know, because I released the Devil's Punch Bowl short, and then I looked at the wife's phone because she's subscribed. She never got one single notification about it. I know the wife gave me hell over my community post that I did of that AK pistol.
Why? It's a community post. Nobody looks at those either.
Why'd she give you hell?
Oh, she says that was my entire intent the entire time was to go purchase that firearm and not go look at the whales.
No, I think you
She
were going to
fell
look
for
at the
that
whales.
shit.
You were going to look at the whales. You got video evidence.
My intent, I was out there going and looking at the whales and everything, and then, like, we've gone through Newport many a times. And every time I always tell her, oh, I should stop there and look and see what they have. So on Thursday, I finally broke down and I stopped and I looked. And they had something I wanted. So I bought it. And now she's like, oh, yeah, you knew that they had it the entire time and blah, blah, blah. So yeah, she's giving me hell.
Meh. Let's see. So yesterday I was in Newport, Oregon, and stopped into Newport Pawn Shop and saw this Charles Daly AK pistol. And it will be coming home with me soon. Oregon has a monster backlog of 4473s, and the shop said they will release the firearm after 3 days if the background check isn't back. And I show them an approval from my last firearm purchase. Well, that's more than fair. Okay. And somebody might go, no, it's, you got to drive and it's an infringement. I get that. All right. But we've had 4473s for a long time. Some places, some stores will say, well, we didn't hear anything after 3 days. Forget it. You're not getting it. If you're showing them approval from your last purchase, I think that's a good compromise.
Well, see, so their store policy is, if you've purchased a firearm from them, and then, the background check doesn't come back within 72 hours, they'll release the firearm to you because they know that you've been approved, in the past. And so they're like, hey, he or she is legal, so they can have the firearm. And so they follow what everyone calls, what's that? The Brady loophole or something, where they're screaming about, that that they can release it after 72 hours, that they shouldn't be able to do that, blah blah. You know what? It's in the Brady law. So that's it's there, and most shops don't ever, use that. A lot of the shops will be like, hey, we're just going to wait till the background check comes back. So if you find a shop that says, after 3 days, we'll give you that firearm, those are the shops that you want to be supporting, because they're the ones that are following the laws. They're the ones that want to promote more and more people having their 2A rights. And so why not? And so yeah, the Newport pawn shop, they're a good shop. And it's the reason why I go to the stores that I pick. I could go and probably get that same firearm cheaper somewhere else. If I went to one of the, big box stores. But the thing is you're going to sit there and wait because they're not going to release that, because they have a team of attorneys that are like, nope, because if by chance this person gets delayed or denied, now we're on the hook and blah, blah, blah. And, so there's, so much more.
Don't they run a check before you give them the money? Like, everywhere I've ever gone, they run you before they even bother bringing it up.
So you have the choice to prepay for your firearm, or you can wait till the 4473 comes back. Now, if you prepay for that firearm, then after 3 days,
why would
more
you?
shop, because more shops are going to release it after 72 hours if you've already paid for it. And,
But why is it taking 72 hours, though? Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. I don't know. But usually you walk in, You tell them I want this. They say, whatever. You got a permit. You got to fill out this form. They run your name, and then if you clear, they sell you the gun. At least that's the way it is around here. I don't know. Obviously, handguns you got to wait, but that's a New York state law thing. It's nothing to do with state or federal or anything. It's not that you weren't approved. The sheriff just has to know you have it and add it to your permit in my county. And then once you're good there, you can go right back, pick it up, which I think is bullshit, but whatever. But either way, you'll know before you ever hand cash over. Like, why would you?
So here,
I don't know.
So like right now in Oregon, the Oregon fix is what they call theirs. The NICS, the 4473, when they're running their background check. So there's actually a state law that says that they must have an answer within 30 minutes. Within 30 minutes. But there's such a backlog of people buying firearms that you're talking most background checks are taking 5 to 6 weeks to get a response.
That's crazy, dude. Crazy.
So a lot of the shops are saying, okay, after 72 hours, we're releasing the firearm if you've paid for it. If we know that you are good, so you can have the firearm.
Well, can you go to another state and buy one?
Yeah, you can,
Right. That's just weird, man.
I could go to Washington and I can buy a long gun. Background check comes back, I walk out the door with said long gun. But like all of us know, you try to buy a pistol out of state, they have to send it back to your state, and then you're going to have to go and do a 4473 at an FFL close to your home. So you're still going to be doing that same thing. You can't go and buy a pistol and then be like, okay, well, now, I can walk out the door. You should legally be able to do that. But it's not.
Oh, that's weird, man. For as bad as New York is with all the laws and shit, I can go down and buy one, not right now, but to the day and time. But you know what I mean? Like my guy get on the phone and he just calls. There's none of that computer shit. He calls and within 5 minutes. Just about every time. I think once there was a delay, and that was at a different shop, and that's their computer system was having issues, and they had to swap from one to another and a bunch of BS or whatever. But
let me. The Scotsman says
Nick knows instantly, basically. At least when you call here, they'll.
And here's the thing: is depending upon your state. Are you running through the NICS system? Are you running through the FBI? Which, yes, you're going to get an instantaneous. But over in Oregon, you're running through what they call FIX, which it goes through the Oregon state, and they run it through the NICS background check also. But, so it's going through 2 different background checks. And
a lot of states will run 4 on average statistically, but I believe there's up to 14. But most states don't even come close to that. So it just seems like they're putting extra bullshit in your ways, basically. So sorry to hear that, man.
So, and because of Measure 114, which was passed by the voters, everything running up to that. And now past that, a lot of people are running out and trying to buy a bunch of firearms. So you're talking, there's 15 to 20,000 4473s in the state of Oregon that are sitting in a, perpetual loop. It's just sitting there spinning wheels, Now,
is there a donation you can make to speed that up?
Not every place is New York State.
Right. So I see I'm not from this planet's out in the crowd. Welcome. Um, great channel. He's a pretty cool guy. So yeah.
I've never been delayed or denied, and I haven't had any issues with anything. The longest it's ever taken for a background check was 35 minutes because they couldn't get a cell signal inside the building. They actually had to. They kept trying, and the call kept dropping. Finally, they just went outside, made it, got it done. Most of the time, it's 5 minutes. Digital is faster than paper and the phone. Filling it out on the computer, hitting a little thing, under 5 minutes, sometimes under 2 minutes. I understand that there are people out there that get delayed or get denied, or maybe they've got some sort of extra thing in their state or something like that. But there are people that won't give out their social security number. All right, that's your choice. But if you're John Smith, these idiots in our government are going to think you're John Smith, even though you got a different address and everything else, right? The other thing is the UPIN. You can get a UPIN if you've got a common name or you just keep getting delayed or denied. Now, I've heard horror stories about trying to get yourself off the denied thing. You know, you get a lawyer, it's going to cost you all this money, it's going to take all this time, and there's no guarantee they won't do it again. I don't know what to tell somebody about that, but this is a very small percentage of the population. Just like so many other things, a very small percentage of the population. Yet these are the people that get the most attention for some odd reason. I don't know. I think that some people might be claiming that they get denied, and there's a reason they get denied. Like, I forgot that felony I did 30 years ago. Damn, dude, you know?
So, for the longest time, after I got my rights restored, I was getting delayed every time. And everything. And in Oregon, which is what they've started doing now everywhere else, in Oregon, they would then, if you get delayed or denied, they notify the state police or the state patrol, whatever your state calls it. And you would get contacted by them. And not like, hey, we're just going to talk to you on the phone. They would, say, hey, we're going to come talk to you. Where are you? Or they would just come to your house. Because they're going to make contact and find out, whatever they need to do. And then I was complaining about that, like, on here. Hey, this happens. And I even said, okay, the next time I am going to video this. And so I was planning on videoing what the, experience was. And sure as shit, everything went through with no problem. And I have not had a problem passing one since then. They stopped denying, or not really denying, delaying my background check. And I don't have that problem anymore. So I don't know if it was the 3-4 times that I had a contact with the state police, and then finally they put it in their system, and hey, this guy is good to go. Before, but there was no problem the last couple times I've bought firearms.
Well, let me run this one past you then. How many times has there been this high-profile mass murder, and they find out that this person got their guns, they straw purchase or stole them from somebody, or these are the guns that they bought before they started getting delays or denies, or somehow or another they got these guns, but they had tried to buy guns in the past at FFLs and were denied. And people ask the same question. Why didn't the cops investigate them? If they've gone to the gun store 5 times in the past 3 years and been denied for firearm sales, why didn't they ever get a knock on the door? Maybe that would have stopped them before they did one of these things. It's kind of difficult to argue with that. I'm not saying that because you got a delay or deny that you need to be harassed by law enforcement. But if you got a denial and it's a legit denial, I mean, you are a prohibited person for whatever reason, even if it's a paperwork screw up. Why aren't the police investigating every single one of those? If you get a delay, maybe not. But if your delay turns into a deny, it doesn't come back as a proceed. Then once again, why aren't the cops investigating why a prohibited person is trying to legally buy firearms? Now somebody's going to go, well, then they'll just get them illegally. Yeah, well, there's nothing we can do about that. Okay, there's nothing anybody can do about that. So, but I mean, I don't see the problem with it.
And the thing is the first time it happened, I was like, what the hell? I was kind of nervous. I know I'm not doing anything wrong, but you're still nervous as hell. The second time, I was like, okay, this is, just kind of getting annoying. Third, fourth time, I was pretty annoyed, but I still understood. And the thing is I never was like, oh, it's the police's fault, blah, blah. When I have their contact with them, it was always cordial. We had our conversation. They were on their way. Like 2-3 minutes later, the store would then call and say, hey, you've got to proceed. Come pick up your firearm. And everything. So.
On Squib's point, I think maybe part of the problem from what they say is 90% of them turn out to be false. So, I mean, you'd have the majority of people in that situation possibly being questioned, harassed, embarrassed, whatever, blah, 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 to catch the 10%. You know what I mean? So maybe if there was something with a repeat track record, like you're stating, it's this is the fifth time, or, the guy's traveled all across the state, and he's getting denied at every damn place or whatever, maybe in some situation like that. Because, obviously, that's, if they are a legitimate prohibited person, then, they got to be a certain kind of stupid if they're going to run around constantly doing that. So it should be an easy catch in theory. I don't know. But at the same time, if it's true that 90% of them turn out to be false, then that's a lot of freaking work for nothing. I mean, is it justified? You know what I mean? I don't know. Tax dollar wise, I don't know. Yeah, that's
every one of my contacts was like 3 minutes at the max. They came up, we had a very short conversation. I showed them because I keep my court papers on my phone that show that my rights were restored. I showed them that.
You got a hard copy.
Oh, I have hard copies.
Good Lord. Sealed in like Ziploc bags?
Don't worry about where I have my hard copies for my
good.
court.
You know what, Rob, you worry way too fucking much. I don't know how you haven't had a
the military. You don't got it. It didn't exist, bro. You keep your shit ready to go for a rough ride.
Seriously, show of hands out there in the audience. How many people think Rob is going to have a stroke?
Probably in the next 3 to 6 months.
3 to 6 minutes. Jeez.
Nah. I've not been like this forever. Besides, too much sex for that.
So
hey,
you're
your hand doesn't count, Rob.
You're overworking your heart, so you're weakening the heart muscles because
strengthening it. Active activity. That's a plus. Okay, movement.
So we've got At Home with Jen. She's a great channel. I came across her channel watching Georgia Trapping and Fishing. If you're not watching Georgia Trapping and Fishing, he is he's got a lot of great knowledge, and you never know what the conversation is going to be. You can be talking trapping, you can be talking hunting, you can be talking firearms, you can be talking cooking, you might be, who really knows what's going to happen, but sometime in there, Lingua is going to be brought up at some point in that live stream where we're going to start talking about Lingua. I can tell you that.
La lengua?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Over on Georgia Trapping and Fishing, over on
Oh
Craig's
yeah,
channel.
yeah. But he's cool, man. He ain't one of them tongue eaters. He ain't
He's on
like
the-
you, bro. He's cool.
He's on the fence. He's willing to try tongue.
Now for survivals, I'm sure that man would. But if he's got a choice, hell no.
Nope. He's already said he's willing to eat tongue as long as as long as I'm there. He's not gonna wait and try Lingua for the first time.
I don't believe that, man. I don't believe I missed a couple of his shows, but I don't believe that.
So
If it's true, he should say so, and you should highlight it, and then I'll believe it.
he has said so many a times, and he's not out there right now. So
Oh, how convenient!
if he was out there, Jen's heard him say it. So we'll have Jen say if she's heard Craig say he's willing to try Lingua with myself and
Wait a minute.
Bernie.
When you refer to Jen, that's the lady chained up to the radiator.
No, she lives in Tejas now. She moved out from California. Now she lives in Texas. And she has a lot of great videos on flowers and all different things. So,
Flores y cosas.
and there we go.
I had a girl give me a flower once. I ate it. She fell in love with me.
There you go, Rob.
Embarrassing.
At Home with Jen said last live stream he said he'd try it.
Rob, you got to be careful because all these girls that fall in love with you, you keep finding out about it 20 years later.
That's not even funny, man. That is not even funny.
Yeah, it's funny because that didn't happen to me. It happened to you.
Right?
It'd be
Right.
funny if it wasn't me. Yeah. Thanks, man. Thanks.
You know the funny thing is, Rob, the wife and I've joked with the wife and say, yeah, one of these days I'm probably gonna get a knock on the door, from some long lost kid, and the wife has laughed about it, and everything. And then like a month ago, you're like, oh yeah, I got a knock on the door from a long lost kid.
You cursed me. I knew it was you. I knew that voodoo doll. There was a reason for that. I mean, who asked for a piece of your hair? It's weird.
Oh, so we got Gizzard Gary out there in the side chat. Well, welcome, guys.
Yeah, so far so good with the new kid. So yeah, she's self-sufficient. Seems to be doing all right. Currently she's working more than I am, so she's doing pretty good so far. So haven't gotten into politics or nothing. Haven't gotten her out shooting yet, so we'll see. I mean, we're on our 4th meeting or whatever. Tomorrow will be like the 5th. Whatever.
So have you asked me for $20 yet?
No, she ain't asked me for nothing.
No, I said, have you asked her?
Oh hell no, I wouldn't do that. What are you, crazy?
You
Like,
said
she
that
actually thought I was gonna let her pay for a milkshake on our first meeting. She was gonna try to pay. I was like, you got to be crazy.
you
Like,
said you just said like 5 seconds ago that she's working more than you are and everything. And we know, every one of us on the panel and in the side chat know how much of a cheap bastard you are. So we're not too far out of being like, yeah, he probably hit her up for $20, or he let her definitely pay for dinner.
No,
He
no.
put some ice cubes and milk in a blender, added some Nestle Quick to it, and go, here's your fucking milkshake. I'm not spending money on a milkshake.
No, I didn't like that. That's just, it's one of them things. Like, how am I gonna let, you know, I don't. That just ain't gonna be a thing. No. If I take you out for something, I'm paying for that. You know what I mean? It's just what it is. So, you take me out, that could be different. But
You know what really happened is she offered to pay. She pulled out a credit card. He smacked it on the ground.
like hell
You are
no,
not
whipped out
my
my
kid.
cash. Yeah, they even left a good $10 tip in cash.
I want to know if she came rolling up in a brand new Super Duty wearing a polo shirt that was embroidered with the company logo and had a tablet and a digital tape measure.
No.
Oh,
You guys joke, but that ancestry stuff, man. Wait.
that's why
Don't
I
be
don't put
shocked.
myself out there.
Don't be shocked.
Somebody comes knocking on my door saying they're a long line. Then we might get met with a firearm.
Well, Kingpin put out a
Yeah.
VR
Yeah.
to me. So now I got to watch that video. I just saw the notification for that.
You see, that's just it. The Second Amendment culture goes coast to coast.
Yep.
And then there's those people in the central time zone in the middle. I mean, the confused time zone in the middle. So they're just kind of filling in.
We're going to wait for Squib to go out and do a beach walk on the Great Lakes because, he doesn't have ocean access.
And the difference is the water's colder, but there's no sharks. Your eyes don't burn from getting splashed in your face. But I mean, we got ocean going ships and stuff like that. So what's interesting is in this state, nobody owns the shoreline. That is public property. So if you have a $5 million house that's on the lake and you've got like a 10-foot beachfront, somebody can literally come up on a boat and sit on the beach and picnic, and legally you can't touch them.
But it doesn't mean some random crazy guy didn't make a bunch of shotgun landmines for that beachfront area, right?
Well, I mean, booby traps are a federal offense. So, I mean, if you want to risk it, sure, why not? But still.
Or maybe busted up a bunch of glass and threw it on their beach and they just always wear shoes. Or maybe got a bunch of sand fleas and just purposely infested the beach right in front of their area.
Sand fleas won't survive in Michigan, but yeah, some things like that. I mean, if you want to ruin it for yourself, then I guess you've ruined it for everybody else. But I will say this: the beaches here are like the beaches on the East Coast and West Coast. If you don't get there early, you won't get a parking spot. People do. They windsurf here. I don't think I've ever seen anybody out on a surfboard, but I have seen windsurfers.
That's one thing. I should go up to the Columbia River Gorge and show you guys some of those windsurfing videos.
I've lived on the East Coast and I lived on the West Coast, and I don't know. I don't know which beach I like better, honestly.
I've lived on the West Coast, and I've lived on the East Coast, and I think I prefer the beauty of the West Coast.
I mean, if you want that, just move to Florida. You drive 2 hours in either direction, you're on the East Coast or West Coast. The same thing here, but Florida's got, salt water and sharks.
Yeah, well, Florida, you've got the Atlantic Ocean, and then you've got the Gulf of Mexico.
Which is still the Atlantic Ocean, but I'm just saying you can watch the sunset on the beach. You can watch the sunrise on the beach, stop somewhere for lunch and watch the sunset on the beach in the same state.
Yes, I guess, technically that is true.
I've rode from one side of this state to the other on my bike, but I didn't try to do a sunrise sunset thing. I should have.
Ching Ching says, yes, I'm in the confused time zone. I don't think so. I think, aren't you in the Eastern time zone, Ching Ching? Not in Central, like, Nebraska?
What state?
I think, I want to say she's in Florida.
Florida's Eastern.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, wait. There might be a small part of the Panhandle that's in the Central time zone.
Like Kissimmee?
Yeah. Well, maybe a little bit further west.
Pensacola.
Pensacola or further west might be.
Maybe. I can't remember.
No, I think Kissimmee is in. That's not in the Panhandle. It's Panama City Beach, Destin, Pensacola, Tallahassee. That's all in the Panhandle.
Okay.
Floribama, yeah, where you're closer to Mobile than you are Miami, Floribama.
Yep. Oh. So how many people did you have at your live stream earlier there, Squib? Because I didn't even get a damn notification for it.
That's fine. You didn't miss anything, really. How many people in the audience in the live chat?
Yeah.
Maybe like 6 or 8. Let's see. It's showing 36 views. Yeah. So some people might have caught it afterward or just jumped in, said, oh, it's just this asshole, and then hung up or whatever.
So MC says, ride from one Great Lake to another is easy. Under the Mackinac Bridge, Mackinac City, Michigan. Yeah.
The Mackinac Bridge goes under Lake Huron and Lake Michigan. It's right at the border, or goes over, I should say, goes over Lake Huron and Lake Michigan. If you're looking to the right, well, depending on which direction you're going, you're looking one side, you're looking at Lake Huron, looking at the other side, you're looking at Lake Michigan. You go about another, hour, 45 minutes north, and you hit Lake Superior.
Is that one of them like iron suspension bridges?
Yeah, I think it's 5.2 miles long.
Okay.
And sometimes they close it because of high winds. The only car that I know that's ever gone off the end was a Yugo. The winds were so strong they blew a Yugo off the thing. Yeah, and Mackinac is spelled Mackinac, but it's pronounced Mackinac. So you'll see it spelled with an AW or an AC. It's pronounced the same way. It's a Indian word, Mishilmak, which I don't know what it means, but
we have a couple towns out on the West Coast that are just like that. You got like Enumclaw. If you actually see how the way it's spelled, you're like, what? Or Cleellum. You look at it and you're like, what the hell? Usk is a great one. The wife's yelling out Squim. I don't know.
Squib? You have a town named Squib?
Squim.
Oh.
But yeah. What's that one town that we go through? Yakets. Now, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but
Yakets sounds like a condition that would put you in the hospital for 3 weeks.
It probably is. It's YACCHATS.
I'm sorry, sir, but it seems that the test results show that you have Yakets. you might want to notify your next of kin. Yeah, there's some funny sounding names out there, and they're Oklahoma. That's a I don't know what Indian language, but it means red people. So whatever, you know.
Yeah. You get into some of those places and it's like well, where I grew up most of my life is Wenatchee, and it's Wenatchee. That's what I said. I said WEN. Wow, the wife's she's all over my shit tonight.
Give her a link.
Oh.
They're all Indian names.
When you hear people try to pronounce it, they're like Wenatchee and Wenatchee, you know, and they're like they butcher the hell out of it, and it's like, say what? No, let me you know, break it down for you. Or I like the people that put an R in Washington. Washington.
Yes, Washington.
I don't know. If it comes to an Indian name, I think you should get verification from an Indian, personally. So, because, yeah, like a lot of things, it could be, like you said, being not pronounced right, or people think it is. It is in our tongue for state, but it also could be something totally different in a sense. So, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, get it from the source in those situations.
So how much Indian
Not
did
some
they
guy
have to
from the
have?
hood.
How much Indian did they have to have in order to be a reliable source? Like, I mean, can Elizabeth Warren, would that count?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what her percentage is. I would state you need to look like an Indian. Yeah, so it at least 30%, and have knowledge of the history and stuff. You know, it needs to be something you heard growing up or in reference to, so you have the proper frame of reference as well. You can't just be that 15%er that, you know, buys a headband and shows up once a year.
You get a feather for each year you show up.
Yeah. Oh. Well, so what are we going to talk about now?
Glocks.
Oh God!
Ooh,
Oh God!
there is a new Glock coming out.
380. Oh God!
Yeah, the new Glock 28 that they're actually going to start bringing into the United States.
Now, what caliber is that?
380 ACP,
Look.
double stack.
Oh my goodness! No, I don't know. I don't see the point. I guess I did a little Google search, and something to do with markers. Like it's got to hit so many markers and able to be imported or something along those lines. So
yeah,
wasn't
so
too
it used to be.
descriptive, but now we could have it or something. I don't know. I guess.
So they were trying to bring it in a long time ago, and when they did all the Saturday night special laws, blah blah blah, there's a point system on what they could bring them in. Well, and they were importing them into South America. So the U.S. is like, nope, you can't bring that here. So now Glock is like, hey, we have this plant in Smyrna, Georgia. So let's go ahead and start making the Glock 28, the 380 ACP.
Wait. Say the name of the town again.
Smyrna?
All right. We were just talking about how to pronounce shit. All right. I'm going to teach
What's
you.
your heritage?
I'm a redneck. It's Smyrna. Smyrna.
It is what it is.
Smyrna. Damn Yankees.
Yep. But yeah, so they're going to start making it there at that Glock plant. So then it will be made in the United States, and they don't have to worry about import laws.
Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, yeah, I don't think there's anything special about the gun or whatever. It's another Glock, as far as I'm concerned, but don't see why they shouldn't be available. So I don't think there's a big deal or anything. Maybe I guess maybe Rick would get excited about it. It's a caliber he likes, more rounds, I guess. But so on that aspect, that's probably a plus to a certain group of people. But I'm all for more guns. So
You know, it's like people that are like talking all of the crap about a 30 super carry. I'm probably never going to buy a 30 super carry, but that's my preference. It could happen. I could end up buying a 30 super carry at some point. Who knows? Things could change. But there's people
your
who are
wife
like,
might slam your hand in the door a few times because
right?
you got lippy. You never know.
Oh no! See, she's not going to damage the hands because I still got to work and be able to make money. What she's going to cut the leg.
Okay, so it's the leg she messes up. I should have known from the stabbing. Sorry.
All right, so I keep looking for LEO trade-in Glocks, but every site shows up out of stock.
Guns.com.
Guns.com.
Just type in LEO trade-in.
Copper Customs. All right, give me a minute here. Oh, wait. Atlantic Firearms. They're always out of stock. Why am I wasting my time with them? Yeah, no shit. Out of stock. Should have known.
Yeah. Go right to
Trying to buy another Glock now.
why not?
All right, they got a Stag Arms Stag 15 LEO for $715.
There you go.
Comes with 30 or 20 round mag, your choice. That's the only LEO trade-ins they have. You know what I did find though on Palmetto State Armory in stock? Smith & Wesson M&P 9, night sights, no safety, law enforcement trade-in. Won't say what department, but it is known to cause cancer, but only in the state of California.
Stag Arms rifle is a decent rifle, and they're lifetime warranty. I mean, you can get it, but barrel gets shot out, whatever, blah 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 blah. They cover all that stuff. Doesn't matter if you got the original receipt or not, or rebought it, or whatever the case is. So, something to consider. But depending on the model, I haven't looked lately, but a lot of their firearms start around that $700 range. That price might not be a great price for the model, depending on your time period. I don't know how much things are swapped around at this point as far as prices. Prices are jacked. That's almost the full price of one a year and a half ago. So, new price. So I don't know.
They've got a lot of. They've got a lot of. This is guns.com, and they've got a lot of LEO trade-ins. FM 509.
Okay, that's not. Okay, I just typed in LEO. That's all I typed in.
Oh no! So go here under used guns, and then it has certified, recently added police trade-ins.
Here we go. All right. Now the Palmetto State M&P is $330.
know, unlike Glock, M&Ps are warranted for life.
And then you got the FN 509.
But-
They have
But does the M&P 9 take Glock mags? Because I'm pretty sure the Glock does.
yeah, and then there's a lot of you can get ARs that take Glock mags.
Yeah, I got a couple of those.
You can get AKs that take Glock mags.
Okay, so let's see. The Glock 35 is $100 more than the Smith.
But and then Gunbroker probably has some on their site. We got 500 mag in the house. And Mr. Walter Davis is out there. Walter Davis says, "Glad I live in Pennsylvania where nothing causes cancer." Everything causes cancer in California.
Well, Pennsylvania, yeah. I don't know. I know they have one town that's on fire still and has been for like the last 70 some odd years, and they won't allow you to go visit anymore except for the very far outskirts. So maybe if you hung out downtown there, you might get some cancer or burn to death. I don't know. But all in all, PA is pretty good though.
I heard PA put a restraining order against you to keep you out.
No. Hell no. They try to keep me there, man.
No, that's just Black Cat. He tries to sneak you into.
No. After we get talking and they put their guns down, I'm almost family. You give about 2 hours, I'm family. And shit, they're trying to put me up in a room across the street.
Well, according to Ancestry.com, you got a lot of family.
Hey, you son of a bitch. Yeah.
So, Rob, did you see my community tab post?
No, I didn't see it.
I'll pull it up so you guys can tell me what you think. Because I'm pretty sure I found Midnight Range.
Oh, I seen that. I don't think that's midnight, bro. And now that you bring it up again, I feel obligated to tell you, you might need to get your eyes checked. Because I don't even think that looks close to midnight. Just because he's a bigger guy and he's white doesn't make him look like midnight.
I don't know that. You know, it has been quite a while.
That'd be like saying you look like midnight, man. Like, I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it. If I was, let's say, a bonds officer looking for midnight, I wouldn't question this dude.
I don't know. It looks.
Not even close. At least to me, it's not even close.
Yeah. When was the last time you saw Midnight?
I don't know, but I've met him in person. It's been a while since I've seen him. Last time I seen him was online, but he didn't look like that. I don't know. What's the audience say? Put a poll up. Does that look like Midnight or no? Could that be a body double or no? I don't think so.
The thing is how many people out in the side chat even know who Midnight is.
I don't know.
We got
And
Mr. Hasbro who's joined us.
why you worried about finding him anyway? Apparently, the man don't want to be found. He has contact with a certain few people and doesn't respond to anybody else. Leave the man be.
I want him to bring back his show on Sunday nights.
Yeah, it was a good show, but he said that he was busy with the career, and who knows what's happened since then. But I'm sure that if he wanted to be found, he would make himself found. So whatever it is, hopefully everything's fine. But whether it's fine or it's not, if he don't want anybody to know, I just respect his privacy.
Yep.
Let's
He could
just
just
hope they
be-
don't make a Bud Light can with his face on it, okay?
Oh, we had to go there, right?
He could just be busy as fuck, working 7 days a week, crazy hours and all that. I've done that before. It's hard to make time for anything. And this YouTube shit, that would be the first thing I would dump. That would be the first thing I would dump. As much as I like hanging with you guys and a lot of the fun I have doing this and the things that I learn and whatnot, real life comes first. So,
Yeah, plus, people get burned out of stuff too. So, and honestly, a lot of this stuff is fairly repetitive. I mean, it's almost like a freaking parrot show. Somebody farts and it's something to do with guns, and everybody's making a damn video. And oh my god, and or somebody might get picked for something. So let's spend a week debating hypothetical shit and arguing with each other. Yeah, it kind of gets old. Yeah.
So, I don't think I've heard anyone else talking about this. What is your thought of San Diego Gun Owners, which is a 2A organization in California, red flagging a guy who was running for office when they're like, one of their major things is they're anti-red flags?
Did the guy do anything threatening?
So he was like a superintendent, and then he decided he was going to be running for political office, and allegations came out that he had sexually harassed and sexually assaulted some people who were under his command. And so they decided to red flag him.
Sounds like an abuse of power, and if they're against it, they should understand that as much as anybody else. I mean, if you don't have any kind of evidence towards it, if you didn't, jump into a crowd, beat the shit out of people, and pull a gun on somebody, then I don't understand what the hell they're doing red flagging a guy. Anybody can say anything about anybody. It doesn't make it true, and we see it all the time. Like, all over the place. I mean, in a sense, like workplaces and shit, people have been doing this forever. Like, that's why guys cover your ass. You don't go one-on-one with a new chick or whatever the hell's going. Like, you cover because of this type of shit. Like, it's common sense now. Like, even in the military.
Well, he also...
Yeah. But, yeah, so an accusation is nothing. Where's the evidence? Where are the victims? Where's the proof?
People don't need evidence. They just go off of the headline they skimmed.
He
That's bullshit, though. I mean,
but
somebody's
he
applying
also
for the
came out-
job you want, so you make up a lie to get them, trumped up. What the hell?
But he also had made claims that he wasn't in the right mental state, and he was having some substance abuse problems, so he was going to go seek treatment, which is, one of the disqualifying factors for a concealed carry permit in California for any other person. But all they were saying was, hey, if this was anybody else, why are you guys not doing this kind of stuff that you would do to anybody else if they said the same thing or these same accusations were being made? So they're saying that, hey, make sure that you're going to treat every single person the same way. Just because they're a politician or whatever, they don't get to be above the law.
Okay, I guess. I mean, when you put it that way, but I don't know. I don't get why somebody admitting they have a problem turns out to be a problem in the end, because obviously they're responsible enough to admit they have a problem to go seek some type of help. So, yeah.
But see,
like there's a lot of people that deal with problems on a regular basis and just don't go get help, and they're fine.
Yes.
Like I don't.
Now he's understanding. This politician is now understanding what these horrible laws are that he's pushing. When you're one of those people,
a taste of his own medicine kind of deal.
Yeah.
Something like that. Okay. So a little poetic justice, or
yeah, it's like, hey, you want to push for these red flag laws. This is the kind of stuff that you want to push and you want to promote, and this is the stuff that you think everyone else should have to do, but yet, so they're just saying, just time. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I guess in one sense, and it's poetic justice, but in another sense, I don't know. Taking advantage of a bad situation and prove a point is, that's part of the problem in a sense, or it could be perceived that way. So I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It kind of devalidates our side, I would think, a little bit. Like, we know it's wrong. That's why we fight against it. But then we're going to go ahead and use it to prove a point.
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't that, that's like,
it's like MC is
yelling at somebody.
Two wrongs don't make it right. Yeah, I get
that.
Yeah,
kind of. I mean, you kind of lose the moral justification in it. So now your hands are just as dirty as the other guy. So what's the difference? Now might as well just be a free for all. That's my take. Sorry. Go ahead, Squib.
Was I saying something?
I think you just saw your mic unmute, maybe, and so you just assumed you were going to say something.
No.
Well, I just figured he'd have something to say. That's all.
He heard us talking about it, and he's like, "They've said enough. I don't need to say anything on it."
No, I went down to the beer fridge to go get me a water. I didn't really hear what you guys. I'm looking over here in the live chat, and Ting Ting says, "Did you see the video of the black guy going around touching people, and a mother told him not to touch her daughter? He called her a racist. I'd call him a weirdo. She can call, or he can call her a racist, but I'd definitely call him a weirdo."
Yeah, I'd call that a problem. No strangers need to be walking up touching my goddamn kids. So I don't care what color you are. So that's that bullshit nowadays where everything falls back to you don't like something, so you're racist. Like, that dude should have got punched in the freaking mouth, like it did the minimum. Sorry, but I don't like that shit. And don't fuck with people's kids. Like, you want to push buttons? Fine, do it with a grown ass adult. Don't mess with people's kids. Don't be mad.
Rob doesn't care if you walk up and rub his back. Just don't touch his kid.
Dude, there's golden rules of things. Code the con. Ah, geez, I can't even talk. But you know what I'm saying. You don't go getting physical with people's kids and get upset when it turns out to be a problem. Yeah,
exactly. If you don't know somebody, don't think that you can walk up and touch them or their kid. Hell, don't even walk up and try touching their dog. Have conversation. Before you even, hey, can I pet your dog? Don't just walk up and try petting their damn dog.
And obviously, there's some context to this. If you're somebody's about to fall, grandma's about to fall, and somebody helps her save her, balance her. That's different than just some random guy with a friend following him with a video camera going up and just touching people. Like, what the hell are you doing?
Well, yeah, if you're trying to prevent injury or, whatever to somebody, that's a whole different thing than if you're trying to get gratification by doing something.
Even just touching somebody innocently on, I guess, some part of the body that isn't considered whatever, in some places might be considered assault. It just depends. Like if you live in those commie states, I'm sure everything, a dirty look is an assault. If this person's trying to prove a point by, trying to evoke a reaction so they can go, ha, you're the racist, or ha, you're the sexist, or whatever it is, right? They're a bigger asshole than the people they claim to be these things.
Right. Punch them in the face and then call them a racist. No, don't, because then you'd be doing the reverse card. You know what I mean?
It's like the guys in Florida that were trying to push for open carry. Well, in Florida, you could open carry if you were in the process of hunting or fishing. So literally, if you're walking towards the beach with a fishing pole, you can have a sidearm, right? So they were doing this to prove a point. The problem is they were embarrassing the culture because they were taunting the police and taunting people who didn't know the law or taunting people who didn't agree with the law. And they were filming all of it, and they were filming the cops harassing them and everything else because they thought if they brought attention to it, then they'll get this nonsense taken care of, and they'll be just open carry like most places, right? Well, then one of the videos, he's walking down the sidewalk, and the cops are, giving him a hard time or whatever, and he touches the back of somebody's car as he's walking. I don't know if he lost his balance or he was walking in between the cars, something like that. The cop arrested him because he touched the car. I don't know why. I don't know why in Florida you can't put your hand on the back of somebody's car for a split second, but that was all it took. Sometimes these people get what they ask for. I'm not saying they deserve it. And, they might think the ends justify the means, but in some cases, there's a way to push an issue and bring attention. For example, if it's lawful to open carry in your state, open carry at the 2A rally. Just do it responsibly. Say, look, here I am. I'm not breaking any laws. I'm not even pushing the bounds of any laws, and I'm not hurting anybody. That's a good thing. But if you're going, all right, this is legal, but I'm actually not going fishing. I've got a fishing license and a pole, but I don't even have so much as a tackle box. I just want to be seen on camera on YouTube making these videos so that I can, dude, you're not going to get anywhere that way. You're just not.
It's like here in Oregon, you can, it's legal to open carry. And then there's certain, loopholes to that also. But you can't open carry at the state capitol. They wouldn't pass that, infringement.
I don't
Calling
like
it
those laws. The Capitol, judges, courthouses, all that type of shit. I don't understand. They're just people. So if it's safe enough to be outside the building, it should be safe enough to be inside the building. I mean, most people that go to court for a speeding ticket aren't going to shoot the judge because they get a $900 bill. They're really not. I don't know. I can say I was in that exact situation. It wasn't $900, but that's the whole nother point. But where they just rushed me in a small town, and the guard didn't even have a gun, so I didn't even have a chance to try to store my gun. Or they just dragged me in the courtroom, and then the judge took me to her chambers. So, and there was no problems. I don't understand why it's you shouldn't be afraid of the people you're hired to work for. If you are, get the hell out.
Hell, yeah, they banned open carry on Capitol grounds, and within so many feet of the Capitol, you can't open carry anywhere. near it, like during a rally. So it's like, wait a minute, you're going to have law enforcement in there. The Capitol Police are going to be in there open carrying, but I can't be open carrying on the property.
We used to be able to open carry inside the Capitol building here until those dumbasses went in there with their guns and just started doing stupid stuff. Stupid stuff. I get why they were in there. I get why they were making a racket. And they had their guns with them out on the Capitol grounds during the rally. But just the way they did it, they ruined it for everybody, more or less. They, trying to prove a point. And like I said, there's a time and a place to push things. There's a time and a place to follow the law, but maybe be a little snarky about it or something. But then there's other times where you're setting the culture, you're setting the movement back. You think you're doing the right thing, but you really aren't.
Was there shootings or somebody threatened somebody or anything?
No, what they were trying to do is they were beating down the doors, trying to make trying to get in there and get these people that were voting to hear them. At the very least, they were trying to get them to actually hear them, knocking on the door, being like, "We're right on the other side, dude. Think before you vote." But they were trying to get in there, and guys had rifles slung over their shoulders and stuff. It's not like they were shooting or pointing them at the guards in there or anything else like that.
They were doing what people do all the time. Basically, they just had guns with them.
Yeah, well, no, people don't all the time burst into the state capitol and try to kick in the doors.
Well, not all the time, but more than we hear about, more than it's on the news. If it isn't like a January 6th, we don't hear it. I mean,
no,
you didn't just see the thing in Tennessee?
Dude, most people don't even go in the fucking building.
Right. But every once in a while, little pockets of shit happens, and it's not uncommon. I mean, it just happened in Tennessee. Like, they didn't have guns. But it's the same damn thing. They stormed the Capitol, blah, 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 blah. But it's not spread all over because it's not a bunch of people with guns or anything gun related.
They were showing video. They were showing video of that, and every one of them were holding up 7 fingers, saying that there were 7 murders that went on. No, there was 6 people that were murdered, and then the victim, or there were 6 victims of the crime, and the 7th person that got shot that day in the school shooting was the
shooter, the bad guy,
the shooter, the guy who the
whether
person
you
that
agree with
perpetrated
him or not. It's the point I'm making is that it happens quite often. So these guys just did it with guns. So that's shouldn't ruin it for everybody. Like, it shouldn't be a crime to be an asshole. Even if it's on grounds like that. That's we're the people. Some people are assholes. So they shouldn't have to. If it comes down to how they feel, it shouldn't fucking matter. You know what I mean? The law is the law. You're just a person with a job. Same thing outside. Same thing at the store. Same thing when we're getting gas. You're just another person with a job.
They should have went in there peacefully with their firearms, not in any sort of menacing way, slung, holstered, whatever, and gone in there and chanted, or something like that. Something that where they can be as loud as they want to be, but they're not physically trying to rip the doors down. Okay. Going inside the building, exercising, their right, because at that point it wasn't illegal to open carry up and down the halls in the building. It wasn't. Anybody could go in there. Open carry, you're fine. They're going to be looking at you because you got a gun, but there's a 2A rally outside with 600 armed people. So 100 of them walk in there and they're standing in the hallway going, vote no on 2, vote no on 2, or whatever the hell it was that they were there for, right?
The gun wasn't the problem, though. The gun itself wasn't introduced in any negative way. They didn't threaten anybody. There was no NDs. They just were assholes with guns, or approached it like an asshole with guns, is what you're saying. So why are guns now penalized? Because a couple people went out of their way.
Because
I mean, that's like, are they going to ban purple hair because of Tennessee, or blue hair? Because it looked like half those people had blue and pink hair. So now is that banned in capitals because some of those people did some stupid shit?
No, because of the fact they're Dems.
Well,
It's
I'm just
just like
saying exactly. So why is it okay though? It shouldn't be okay. It's, even if one asshole wants to open carry at Walmart and hold at the low ready and scare the shit out of people. Yeah, the dude's an asshole, but it shouldn't ruin it for everybody. You know what I mean? We can't, especially when you got idiots getting together and having idiot kids and raising them like idiots. You got to expect there's going to be a lot of freaking idiots out there when there's no accountability and everybody gets a crush for shit nowadays. That's exactly why we need guns, for all these freaking idiots that will stab your ass because you looked at them funny or God knows what. That's this stupid shit. That's why we need them.
I used to be proud of the fact that in this state, the state I live in, not the state I'm from, we could go into the Capitol building open carrying. But now that we can't, I'm not so proud, because these are people that claim to be part of the same movement I'm in. And I don't support their actions. I don't support their actions at all. I understand that that's our building. It's not the politicians' building. It's our building. We paid for that. We're the taxpayers. They answer to us. And I don't agree with the new law that says you can't carry in there anymore. But the reason that happened is because people thought they were doing the right thing by trying to evoke a reaction. Well, they got a reaction. You don't come in there. I don't care if your guns are slung and holstered or not. You don't come in there with guns from a Second Amendment rally going on right outside, a peaceful Second Amendment rally at that, and try to beat down the doors of the legislature while they're in there voting. You don't do it. You just don't. I don't give a damn. You don't. I don't agree the fact that they pass this, in this state, they do a real good job of slipping things in and just passing things, they'll take 10 years to do something we want, but something they want, they'll do it in 2 days. Okay. They're not saints. They're all shitbags. I don't care what letters by their name or who voted for them. They're all shitbags. But this wouldn't have happened if these people hadn't done what they did. There was a better way to do it, and they failed.
yeah, there's like you said, they find ways to get what they want done in a heartbeat. But if it's something that goes against what they believe, they'll drag their heels kicking and screaming and try to find a end around. So like I was saying with ballot measure 114 that passed in November by a very slim margin, which is tied up in the courts, and there's a TRO against it. So what do the politicians decide? Well, we're going to do a Senate bill, and we're going to do the exact same deal as ballot measure 114, but we're going to increase the fees. We're going to take away other things. So like part of ballot measure was the pistol purchasing permit. So at that point, law enforcement could delegate that to people that were, certified trainers that could do your CCA, your CCW, or your CHL, whatever your state decides they want to call that, their pistol permit, your carry permit. Law enforcement had the ability to delegate to them. Well, under Senate Bill 348, they took that away. So now it's law enforcement only that has to do the training. And they are trying to get that passed to be able to shove that down. And it's going to get, but what they also did, which I think is highly illegal, and definitely unconstitutional, is they said you can only challenge this law in one county in the state. You can't challenge it outside of this one single county. Why? Because they know that most of those judges are, pro taking your rights away. And M. Gabriel says, isn't Washington passing AWB right now? They should be between. It was probably sometime after 6 is what Washington gun law said. They'd probably be holding the vote sometime 6 to 7 p.m. So they'd get past most of your news cycles and stuff, and then that it being a holiday weekend. And it's all a guessing game. No one knows 100%. I guess I could pull up and see if they have anything going on.
See, when he typed that in, I thought he was talking about at the federal level. I'm sure a lot of times people get the state and the District of Columbia or just the federal government mixed up.
Well, of course, you know me. I think that's a bullshit setup, bullshit laws. You know, law enforcement has been known. Like, I don't understand why they're supposed to be the gun experts now. I can't speak for every state, but here, you know, a large majority of law enforcement don't even own a personal handgun. So they have a blue permit, which is for work purposes. So I passed that to get to the permit I got here. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and when they're impressed by a shield, you know they don't know shit. Yeah, they can't even pull a mag out of a shield. I mean, is it that Squib says it's the same as a Glock? They should know how to remove their magazine, right? Like, I don't know, man. Yeah, at least with and I'm not saying every officer. I'm sure officers are people. They're just regular freaking people with a job. Some of them are into guns. Some of them it's just like a flashlight. They don't know shit. So what the hell? Why are they focused on law enforcement? Just more bullshit, man. It's more bullshit. Oh my God, you flashed me. Red flag.
Just showing that I know about flashlights.
It's a white light. It's got to be a hate crime.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect cops to be gun peoples or pro 2A people. They're just like auto executives. They're not gearheads. They don't give a shit about cars. They're not into that. You know, it's kind of interesting how certain people take on certain roles, and people might say, well, cops aren't all about guns. No, but they sure as fuck do make a big deal about them. So you think they would be a little bit more aware of it. Just like an auto exec you think would be in a car club and every weekend turning a wrench in the, you know, their big garage, one of their mansions, but nope.
I've seen like magnet fishing videos where these guys call the police, turn in firearms, and these guys like they can't even crack a revolver. Half of them. I mean, they're lost. Like the guy there with the basket that's partially or whatever is telling them it's clear, this and that. It's got to crack it, show the officer for him to feel safe. Like I don't understand. Yeah. You see that a lot in some cases. So yeah, I just don't get how they all of a sudden became deemed because they have a qualification. I don't know if you guys have looked, because I've looked into it in the past, but most of this stuff is like cake, like the fitness training, all that. I believe the state troopers was the hardest, but it, you know, an average gym class is you know, what you're dealing with and getting, you know, so many rounds on target. Like it's not a rocket science type thing for the average officer or, you know, sheriff, or I think the sheriffs get a little bit more around here, but there's a good chance you got more training than they have.
Back in the day when you bought a handgun, you had to take it into the local police department, sheriff's department, whatever you had for your area, and they had to do a safety inspection on it. I brought in a single action once, and the guy looked at it, and he's trying to free up the cylinder. He's trying to get it to swing out, and that doesn't happen on a single action. And he's trying, and he's struggling. He's twisting the gun, and he's doing all this stuff, and he's kind of looking down the chambers, and I go, give me that. and I flip open the loading gate and I put it at half cock and I spin it free and I hand it to him. And he looked perplexed, had no idea. The gun design had been around since 1873.
That's really funny when you put it 1873. When you put it like that,
Seriously, that design came out in 1873. It was one of the most popular styles of revolver until the 40s, the 1940s. Okay, and this guy's never handled one in all of the classes and training. And what's he gonna do when drunken grandpa gets pulled over for DUI and he's got one of these shoved between the seats in his ratty old 95 GM pickup truck, right? I mean, how's he going to unload it?
Sounds like a nice truck. I don't know, man. And again, I wouldn't say all officers, but in that case, in general, if a firearm was found by a child somewhere, I mean, a bystander may be able to safely clear the gun easier than a large percentage of police officers in some places. So, sad to say. So that's why it's weird that they're going to say you have to go through law enforcement as if that's their job to begin with any damn way. Like, shouldn't they be doing other shit? Like, I don't know, arresting all these people that want to go shoot up shit downtown and, do donuts in the intersections, and after they run over people, get shit, the shooting all starts, all this stupid shit. Shouldn't they be? I mean, there's plenty of YouTube videos out there with a bunch of criminals. I don't know. They should have shit to do.
They got rid of the safety inspection about 20 years ago. So they got rid of that and some other things, made it a lot easier, less paperwork, not any different for somebody passing a background check. Supposedly, if the system works, the bad guys get caught. But they got rid of that. It's just ridiculous. Like, this is your job, and you don't know how to do this.
So the update is the alleged assault weapon ban in Washington State has passed the Senate. I do believe it has to go back to the House to be re-ratified in the House because the Senate changed some wording or added something. So it has to go back, be passed there before it will go to King Inslee to sign.
Now, isn't Washington kind of like two states? Like, on one side of the mountain, you got one kind of person, and on the other side of the mountain, you got the other.
One side they wear pants, the other side they don't.
Porky Piggin.
So Washington is like a lot of states where 99% of the state believes in, all the rights, and then you're kind of controlled by 3-4 counties that have all the voting base. It's like in Oregon, where you've got Portland and you've got Salem, and pretty much those two cities have enough people that they can outvote everybody else in the entire state.
Yeah, here there is a silent majority, but a couple of years back when we needed them to show up to vote, they didn't, because why? Trump's in office. I don't need to vote. And then we got the shit we got. And then last time around, a whole lot of people, or next to last time around, a whole lot of people showed up. And what do you know? They stopped counting ballots for 3 or 4 hours, and everything changed drastically. And a few people rolled over and played dead. And then last time around, the silent majority that didn't show up 3 times ago and showed up en masse the time after that said, fuck it, why should I show up to vote? And now we got what we got again. So people people have real short-term memories, and people are real short-sighted. They're willing to believe conspiracies and skim headlines and spin little things in their head and not really take the time to use critical thinking to realize that it's important to show up to vote. Otherwise, you end up with shit like that. Because the longer I live here, the more we've got shit like what you've got to deal with.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's all a goddamn scam. I'd publicly say that, but I still vote. But I do that even though in some cases I'm concerned it's actually used against me. There's a story to that, but I don't want to get his channel struck or whatever. But I've already said it in the past of what they did here, not this last time, but the time before voting. So it's just kind of strange, but anyway, but you know, I think the whole thing's a scam. I think it's, you know, personally doesn't matter. They pretty much control it. They do what they want to do. We believe we have a choice, but I still vote because that way, morally consciously, if I end up dying on my doorstep, I can go to the maker and know I did everything the right way. So at least I did my part. You know what I mean? Is the way I look at it. So, I mean, and plus, you know, it gives you justification to bitch. It's easy to bitch, but if you don't even try, then, you know, what's the point? So, but personally, in the end, I think it's all a scam. I think it might have been a thing legitimate way back, but I don't think so. I mean, you can follow the money and say conspiracy, whatever, but, you know, I mean, look, whatever happened with all those machines that got blown the hell up in AT&T's building when all the investigations are going on. Nobody ever talked about it. You know, no, there's so much shit to it that, like, if that was your wife, you would say she's cheating. You know, I'm sorry. And if you aren't, you're just, I don't know what the hell they call it, a simp or a damn fool. I don't know what to tell you. But you wouldn't take that shit from your partner. So
Sam of Anarchy's out there saying hello to us. Rob?
Hello, Sam.
Yeah.
I believe in the idea. I don't believe in how it's done nowadays. I'll put it that way.
Well, if you think about it, every one of those voting machines is all Dominion owned. And you follow all that back, it goes back to George Soros.
And it gets passed around, basically, to, you know, who's got the money for the party at that time. And that's another weird thing. Or you could say the machine, I don't know. We shouldn't even get into this. We really shouldn't, because it'll turn into a thing.
What I was getting at,
but you know,
what I was getting at is the laziness of some people, because they go, why bother voting at the state and local level? Because, hey, the federal is on our side, right? That was lazy. That was complacent. That was foolish. And then,
yeah, that's true.
And then why say I'm never going to vote again because I strongly suspect fraud, so I'm never going to try again. And then you end up with a result you don't like either. That's foolish too. So I'm not about the people that want to sit on their ass and get mad, but they don't show up to do anything about it. They just don't. Sam of Anarchy, hope things get better if things aren't so good. I don't know what that means, but okay.
He's responding because you said fine, I guess.
Oh, that's because he said, how's with you, buddy? I'm not big on the how are you kind of thing. I mean, how am I? I'm alive. I have first world problems. I could sit there and gripe over stupid shit, but I don't have real problems. G23 had some real problems here recently. Those are some real problems. Rob keeps coming up with real problems.
Still healing up from that real problems, but life goes on.
You'll have a nice scar to remind you.
Hey, at least I didn't lose a nut. That's all I gotta say.
So a neighbor to one of my wife's relatives ended up with the same thing as you, and they traced it back to dirt from underneath a dog's claws. The dog jumped up on them, scratched their leg, and they said the reason that the bacteria was in the dirt is because we've had mild winters, so that they haven't had the freeze-thaw cycle that would kill the bacteria. Does that even sound remotely like anything that?
Nope. Yeah, no, we tried doing all this, and there, where did this come
You
from?
stabbed him with a dirty knife.
So there's like 3 or 4 different types of flesh-eating bacteria or necrotizing fasciitis, if you want to go by the technical name. So water, warm water, can carry the bacteria. So if you're like at a lake or whatever and the water is really, really warm, there's a good possibility that there's flesh-eating bacteria in it. And so if you have an open wound, even if it is just a little tiny hangnail, it could get in that hangnail and you could end up, losing an arm.
Yeah.
It could be in the soil. And again, and then it actually, this is kind of like a staph infection where it can be on your body and lay dormant forever and take one little thing to activate it.
Never
think
would
that-
happen if you wore pants.
Something that you probably just can't predict. Even with Outcast, with all his triple redundant preparations for absolutely everything, apparently, even he can't prepare for that.
Yeah. So the only thing the surgeons and the doctors can agree on is that it started on the inside of my body and not from an external, like where a lot of people would get it. And so and then worked its way out. So that's the reason why mine was pretty horrible. We've got Mike who just jumped in, and Keith Gregory. So welcome, guys.
Looks like they're having a wine tasting thing going on here.
Sounds like you could be having 3 more kids by the end of the night.
Mhm.
And I'm just going right to the rum. Straight. No chasers. Nothing.
Yeah. So with the AWB that just potentially passed in Washington, if you own them, you can keep them. When you die, they can go to your children, but when your children die, they can't go to their children. So
It's a lot easier to grandfather things out when you pass these unconstitutional laws for 2 reasons. One, LEO's not going to complain about having to track down all this stuff and recover it because there's not enough manpower to do it, and it's impossible to trace them all. And 2, you'll get compliance and support from the general population because a lot of people go, I got mine, and that's it. And that's why I tell people, go buy this shit on credit if you have to in order to get it now for 2 reasons. One, they might ban it, but it'll probably get grandfathered in so you get to keep it. I'm not saying I agree with it, but that's what happens in some cases. And the other thing is it's just going to go up in value more so than what you're going to pay in interest. Now, I'm not saying you should purposely go out and buy everything on credit, but when you're there saying, I can't afford, which really means I just don't want to pay that much or I'm too lazy to make the money, but you could get it. You could finance it to get it now, lock it in. You've got it before they ban it. You've got it before the price goes up. You got it before the supply dries up. That sort of thing. I don't see how you've lost a damn thing. There's certain things that depreciate, and when you buy it on credit, you're losing money in 2 ways. But there's other things that I just don't look at a loss. You might, but so for the people that give me those excuses, I don't know what to tell you. When everybody was freaking out because they couldn't get ammo and reloading supplies, I'm sitting on a stockpile because I bought the stuff a little at a time. And then when the ban, or not the ban, but the shortages came around, I was like, I'm good. Now, I mean, that doesn't mean that, I didn't want the supplies to come back or the prices to come down or anything, or, I didn't want people to go without, but they did it to themselves. So with this grandfathering in and at least letting you hand them down to your kids, that's not an ideal situation, but it's a lot better than what it could be. And the day this law goes into effect, you can't go down to the store and buy it again. So if this law doesn't go in effect for, say, 3 months, I guarantee you all the stores are going to get cleaned out like that.
Well, the one thing is the moment Jay Inslee signs it, or King Inslee, as a lot of us refer to him, the moment he signs it, it goes into law because they put an emergency clause in there. So instead of it taking 3 to 6 months to go into effect, it's going to go into effect immediately.
So you're talking about potentially in a week, right?
So if since it's passed the Senate, it'll go back to the House. Potentially they could vote on it tonight and get it sent out. It could be on his desk by Monday morning. He'd probably sign it somewhere around Wednesday. So that he could have the fanfare. He's going to make sure that he has video cameras and stuff like that. Instead of him just signing it Monday when he would have, he could do it, he would push it out a few days so that he can get all the Everytown people and all, a bunch of people there, along with the news crews, and he can make a big old, fanfare.
Well, Squib left out a couple of reasons, so I'll just add, he's got stock in Visa, MasterCard, and then he hedges his bets and bets you're going to fail on your payments as well. So either way, he's winning as long as you put it on a credit card.
I mean, you can dispute fraudulent charges and whatnot, but yeah, see, the thing is, I'm not encouraging.
No, you can bet against things that fail now. I don't, as far as stocks and whatnot, like you can go both sides and make money either way, basically. So, God, I can't think of what it's called now. The term of it.
Yeah, because I'm not exactly sure how you do that.
Yeah, you can bet on like things that go bad. Basically, I can't think of the name of it now. Somebody out there, probably knows, but
you can. So like,
sorry, go ahead.
Like if you knew like inside information or whatever, or you have a feeling that like Enron, when Enron crashed, you could have bought stocks that said, hey, this company is going to crash within X amount of months. And then you could buy stocks in like, Apple saying, hey, they're going to keep their market values going to keep going up. So you can, hedge your bet, and some people do it.
A little different than that, but I can't pull the terms out right there at the moment.
Well, I was talking about the people that don't seem to think that financing is an option. When you have a situation this, where you got a situation like this where, it passes and goes into effect in a matter of days. Why aren't you running down to the store with a credit card or going down to the bank and getting a personal spending loan and going, I don't give a shit what the interest is. I'm grandfathered in. That $715 AR-15 is probably now $1,500 at your local gun store. And these local gun stores are going to be looking to unload their guns, but they're also going to be looking for that markup to make us, because now they're not going to be able to sell them, right? If this law goes into effect, they won't be able to sell the guns. Right?
They'll have to sell them out of state, so they're going to have to sell them to an FFL out of state.
So they're going to lose money because ain't no FFL going to take them unless it's a fire sale. So,
Yep.
if they're a big box store, they can just transfer them to another chain.
Yeah.
But otherwise, so that $715 AR is now $1,500 because they're trying to make as much money as they can. Because they're still going to sell hunting rifles and stuff like that. But yeah, if you don't have the means, get the means.
So with the 10-day mandatory 10-day wait on alleged assault rifles already because of 1639.
Oh, you're fucked.
So you can still buy the gun and everything. This is where purchasing and paying for the firearm up front saves your ass, because the transaction is completed at that moment of time that the sale is finalized.
Okay.
And now just because you're waiting that 10-day wait to take possession of it, the transfer has already happened. The 4473 has gone through, you're approved, and the firearm has then been paid for. And now all you're doing is saying, okay, in 10 days, I'm going to come and pick up my firearm.
Well, then that benefits you when a situation like this comes up.
But how many of those small mom and pop or big box stores are even going to go, okay, yeah, we're going to do this? A lot of them are going to say, you know what, we're not going to play around, and we're not going to do any of this because we don't want the ATF, or we don't want to be sued by the state, because there is a couple FFLs that are being sued by the Attorney General of Washington.
So, how's the leg, man? I don't mean to be off topic, but that rum's kicking in. How's the leg?
Did we just talk about this?
It's
I don't
about
know.
it's about 90% healed.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, still dealing with it, but yeah, for the most part, it's healed up and ready to
I
go.
couldn't hear nothing in the other room, so I gotta hide in my room to hear you.
Bunch of hens in there clucking.
Pretty much. We were talking about cars earlier. Not to, I guess to circle back, if I want to use the hot political terms that everybody uses, and it's getting so old now. But daughter's friend got a car from the dealer. It's not brand new. It's new used, whatever. Still under warranty, all that. She had a problem with her tire. All her TPI sensors are going off. So she takes car over because it's all supposed to be warranted. That's when they explain to her, no, it's just the powertrain and this and that. Normal wear and tear isn't on us. So they put some air in her tires and put it at, it was like 30, 32 PSI or something like that. They put it up to. So, typically that would probably be about right for standard tires, but these aren't standard tires on her car. The tires on her car are rated for 51 PSI. So they basically told her, if the light doesn't go off, that she's going to need, new sensors, and then they're going to have to be programmed, and try to, throw this young girl a big ass bill. I took a look at it, looked at the tires, realized the dealer didn't even put the right tire pressure in the damn tires, put the extra air in, and wouldn't you know, the sensors turned off. So it's just another, I don't know what I'm getting at here. Just another example of trusting other people. I mean, they were trying to bash this girl for all new sensors and programming because they didn't put enough air in the tires, because the professionals couldn't read the fucking tire.
Or they were just scamming her.
Pretty much. Dealerships, bro.
No,
other people.
No, it's people who don't know a fucking thing about how to fix a car. That's why she should.
She doesn't know shit. That's why she.
That's why she should date a guy that knows shit about it, and it's his problem.
Even every vehicle that has those TPI sensors, you can go into your menu and it will tell you what the tire pressure is at. It will tell you what the tire pressure is supposed to be at and what the sensor is rated at.
Right, but that all gets changed depending on your tires that are actually put on. Because depending on how many ply tires, your tires are different pressures. So, perfect example, you can get cheap 3-ply Coopers for my truck that are supposed to be 34 psi, or you can get the tires I got, which are still affordable, but they're 10-ply, and I'm supposed to run 70 psi. Same truck.
Yes, but the TPI,
Yeah,
the
that
tire pressure,
same with their car is, most of those, because I even Googled it. Believe me, I deep dived into this shit. They come sold, they're standard with tires that come with like 32 psi. So the dealer just assumed, instead of doing their due diligence and looking at the damn tire, and there you go. Next thing you know, they're trying to sell her a bunch of shit she doesn't need.
yeah, but I'm saying,
Yeah,
so those
car-
sensors are hooked to the computer, and when you go into your menu, it will tell you what that sensor is set to monitor at, what the tire pressure is supposed to be at. So if the tire is supposed to be at 50 psi, that sensor is programmed to be at 50 psi. The
So why didn't
computer,
the dealer catch this?
because a lot of them don't give a
they
crap.
were scamming her, just like
Yeah,
but any shop would do it. A tire
dealer.
shop, a muffler shop, any shop would do this. There are unethical people in all jobs, Rob.
That's what you call fool's tax. Yeah, when I mean
It's just,
it simply all you got to do is look at the damn tire. But that was just an example of earlier of trusting other people and the professionals and all this bullshit that half the time don't know what the fuck they're doing.
it's like people that hire a plumber to replace their water heater, and all of a sudden, they say, hey, the water heater is $135, labor is $80.
$135. You need
You
to
know,
give me that dude's number because they're like 600-700, bro.
No, they're
Dude,
not.
honestly,
No, they're not. No, they're not.
I do. You can pick up water heaters for like way less than $700. Maybe it's 700 in New York.
Well, are you talking natural gas or electric? You can get an electric for around maybe $550 on sale at Home Depot right now. I only got so many minutes. I was gonna say I could drive there and show you. If you go for gas, it's like 100 and change more. So by the time you're done with taxes, blah blah blah, you're looking at like 700. Like I throw several of these in a year.
He's talking about a car shop scamming somebody, and now he's giving me a quote that's ridiculous for a water heater. Talk about scamming.
Well, dude, look it up. Go to New York State. Go to any Home Depot in New York State and start looking up hot water heaters.
Myself, I know what it costs.
Or Lowe's or anything. Well, maybe there's a difference from state, or maybe it's been a while since you bought them, but prices have gone up. Where's Chris? Chris out there? Chris will know. Anyway, we're arguing semantics here anyway, so yeah. Point is, all the professionals aren't necessarily the best qualified. Just because they have a shiny garage or because they show up with a nice shiny truck doesn't necessarily mean you get quality. All right, here we go. What do we got? 569. Okay. And I was at, what is that? Is that electric? You're going down. Okay, that's gas. All right. 569 for gas. Not bad. 519. Here we go. 689, 719. Oh, looks like I'm not too far off, huh? And when I refer to prices, I refer to usually walk out the door prices because that's what I have to pass to a customer. Yeah, damn sure ain't no $150, bro. And 80 to install. Good God, they charge you 75 just to come by and tell you need a new hot water heater. If you're talking, you're muted, G23. But maybe you're not talking. I don't know.
I was trying to. So let's go price low to high. I said that I wanted. Why is it asking me plumbing and stuff like that? I've already told you I wanted hot water tanks.
You try a hot water heater. I don't know. Whatever, but yeah, obviously, you're gonna need a floor pan in most cases because it's good just to replace it. Different codes are different in different places, but here it can't be directly on the floor. There's things to that, obviously. If you get the same size, your ducting will be basically the same. If it's gas, you should always change put a brand new whip on for $10. Not a big deal, So a little bit of extras that go with it, but all in all, you're looking at $600-700 before the install, which in most cases is like $150 if I install it, if it's the same size and easy access, which is way too cheap compared to a lot of other people. A lot of people charge you like $800 to put them in. I think it's highway robbery, but it's literally like an hour job, maybe 2 hours if it's in town and you got to go pick it up. It's like 2 hours to swap one. So it takes longer to drain the old one and get it out than it does to set the new one up.
This is taking forever to load.
Okay, then it's not just me because I'm trying to find the one that I bought a couple of years ago for $200 fucking dollars.
Try Lowe's. Honestly, between the two sites, Lowe's site's better, but I like doing business with Home Depot more. I always used to be Lowe's, but they kept screwing everything up.
Yeah, they don't even have the brand I bought anymore. So whatever, it's not an apples to apples comparison.
Yeah, what was it? I think it was like 2 years ago that I bought a water heater, and it was only like $200.
Prices went up. It used to be, I remember like 10 years ago, like if you knew the right place and shit, you could catch a sale for $250, $275. But it ain't been like that in a long time here. And then just the last year or two, the prices jumped a little more. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, I would tell you as a shop that you're scamming me, and I would try to go somewhere else for business, I guess. I don't know. But regardless, sounds to me like if you wanted to, you could scam somebody. I don't care if you do or you don't. I don't give a shit. I'm just saying you could. So
I don't. I got a conscience.
Yeah, well, that's nice.
Yeah, I know, but that's all right though, because it's worth it to me. You know what I mean? Shit, I've had people. A lot of my customers are seniors. They literally wrote extra zeros on checks before, and I've had to correct them. And other people probably wouldn't do that shit. You know what I mean? Things like that, where I don't know, but that's what keeps me in business because their family's going to refer me off to the next person and all this type of stuff and blah 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 blah. A one-time score is great for that one time, but repetitive business is how you put food on the table, at least in my experience.
Word of mouth isn't the way it works in the real world. It just works for you that way.
It does.
Seriously, people look at freaking Yelp reviews nowadays.
Yeah, they do. The phone book, advertisements, ads, all that they do. And like I said, I'd say
shit, at least a third of my work comes from fixing those people's problems that they hired. You know, and then probably the other 2/3 or most of that is just repeat customers or references from word of mouth. So, um, yeah, a while. I probably should, never mind. I've got some good references. You couldn't ask for better references.
And what do you mean an install permit?
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Different states require different shit. So depending on your state, there might be something for a hot water heater. Now you don't need one here in this state, but like you bring up Florida earlier, Florida, you know, the person that cuts your grass has to be licensed. So that's why they love people like me that show up on vacation with their tools and are willing to work and be gone. But basically, you know, different states have different laws of that. So it's like here in New York, there is no licensing for roofing, contracting, general construction. There's no class or specialty you have to go take. You got to be able to pay your insurance. You know, that's about it. Get a tax stamp, you're good to go. Like technically, you don't even have to do that because most people don't even give a shit. They ask if you got insurance, like the average homeowner. They just want to know if you have it. They never verify. Like maybe once a year, I'll get somebody calling me on my insurance where I got to bring a certificate in, or it's usually a small business where they're worried about equipment, you know, print shop, something like that, where they've got millions of dollars of equipment. And then worst case scenario, I got to do half the roof at once if my insurance won't cover the value of everything under it. So then I'll do one half. The next day I show up, I do the other half. 2 different sets of paperwork, not a problem. But, you know, technically around here though, you'll see commercials, get a licensed contract, all this shit fluff they put out on the TV. These big guys with the fancy trucks that really rob your ass are telling you about all these laws and shit that don't even exist in our state. It's really crazy looking at it from the inside out.
So I wonder if you have to pull the permit in Michigan if you're hiring somebody to install the hot water for you, or if you're doing it yourself, you don't have to have that.
There might be a difference between electric and gas too. So depending on the state, some places are fine if it's electric, but as soon as gas is introduced, it's a problem, or vice versa. So here, that's a non-issue either way.
Oh, so if you're a contractor, you have to pull the permit. So if you hire somebody to put your hot water tank in, then you're going to have to pay an extra fee. But
Okay.
if you do it your damn self, you don't have to pay that fee.
Wow. Yeah, that's something new. We don't have that here. I have to pull permits for new roofs in certain areas, anything structural. Like if I'm replacing a wall due to water damage and it's a support wall, I need a permit. You know, obviously, plumbing, electrical, insulation, and then finish inspections. If I'm digging holes, anything concrete going to support something, I need a permit. But that's, you know, pretty much it. Nothing for hot water heaters or appliance, any of that type of stuff. So different states, different rules. You know, that's one of the things I've had to look at when I've considered moving, what's going to be required, different places. So, yeah, because a lot of places have different regulations. So it's like that with a lot of things, different trades, even police officers. There's totally different standards depending on what state you're in. Some states, high school diploma is all you need. No school, no nothing. Here, you got to go to school for 2 years. So CJPO or whatever, criminal justice policing. So it all just depends on your area. So anything you hear is the standard, don't take for granted, because more than likely it's the standard in that state or municipality. And that's another aspect. Certain towns want extra shit that's not even required by the state, but the town or the county themselves want it. So you'll have to, like, example, they want
aerial photographs, of an area. I'm going to put a deck up. They want aerial photographs of the block it's on, how close it is to the neighbors, all this type of stuff, and the street names have to be labeled. So, or else I can't get it.
Sounds
Even
like
though
a
they could
scam to me. It sounds to me like
it
this
is. It's
contractor
all a
doesn't know
bunch
what
of
they're
shit.
doing. It
They
sounds
all
to
got
me like they're
different
trying to
hoops.
pull something. It sounds to me like they should know what they're doing.
That's
I just
that's
think they're up to no
government,
good.
man. That's government, bro.
I think this contractor is just trying to pull a fast one on me, and they should know their job better.
Oh no, it's not government. That's what the city will ask. Like,
No,
and
no, he said
after I've gotten
contractor.
approved from the county.
Rob's had too much rum.
Maybe. I'm on something else. My bad.
They're saying the
Yeah,
time.
he's saying that it's all the contractors' fault, that they should know how to do their damn job.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I get all that stuff. Whatever's required for the area, it's not a problem. But I'm just stating from one area to the next, which could go as simply as a zone or a frost line zone. That's another thing people don't realize. It can be completely different 2 miles away. Even with putting a deck up, whether, you need blocking or whether, whatever. Doesn't matter if it's attached to the house or not. There's different stipulations in different zones.
It definitely sounds, Squid, like he's trying to scam people.
It does. It does. And I think
Go down to your
you know
code
what I'll
office.
do?
If you want to be amazed, go to your code
I'll
office.
report it
Look
to
at
the
mountain
Better
of books.
Business Bureau.
I don't worry about what the code office says. If I'm doing it in my house, then I'm gonna do whatever I want.
Well, that's you. That's not me, a contractor. I have to do shit legitimately. So when you bust your ass because you're drunk next week, you don't say that I fucking have your stairs at an uneven height. It's all within a quarter inch or whatever. You don't pull your shit on me. So I got to cover my ass. Yeah. But really, it's more bullshit, because in the end, code only covers you for 90 days in New York State. So if a contractor does some shitty stuff, code inspector approves it, you're stuck with that shit. You can't go back on code after 90 days.
State where you have to have a bent
within
pipe for a stock.
90 days. 90 days. Yeah.
What are you talking about? You can't even have a grip on your AR. You have to have some little tiny.
You can have a grip, but if you had the grip, you got to pin your magazine. There's a marker system, so you could have the grip if you want to do a bunch of other stupid shit.
More and more infringements and regulations and bull crap. We're just flipping you a bunch of shit because we know you're drunk.
Bastards.
Yeah, that, and it's like, you're going to go ahead and badmouth skilled trades, but then you go pull some shit and it's okay.
Hey, I don't bullshit. That's the whole point. Nobody said to me nothing about pulling shit. I'm telling you how
Go up
shit's
in your
different in
jalopy
different places.
truck with your stained ripped shirt and be like, yeah, that water heater's $700. I'd be like, get the fuck out of here. I'm going to Home Depot.
And then you'll get there and pay like $750, $800 and be like, God damn, he was right.
No, because Squib will
And
be
I would
like,
have got it for you at Home Depot. Probably used my military discount and the contractor did my pro rewards and saved you like 20%, and you would have got it cheaper any goddamn way.
Squib's going to use his military discount. Then he's going to use his senior citizens discount.
Yeah. No, I actually won't. I won't. Lowe's offered me a military discount.
I don't do it.
My deep freeze, and they told me I had to fill out a form on my driver's license. It says veteran. State of Michigan, you can bring in your DD 214 into the state of Michigan when you go to renew your license, and they'll put veteran on your driver's license, so they don't have to. Because these people like, where's your military ID? It's like, not everybody has a military ID. Well, don't you get to keep one for life, and don't you get to keep your M16? No, dumbass. That's not the way it works. Anyhow, so there's a line of people forming behind me because she's taking forever to look up the price of this damn deep freeze. And what I had done was I went into the back, I grabbed it, I picked the thing up by the two bands that were holding the cardboard together that covered it. And I just picked it up, carried it all the way to the front, sat it down. I go, all right, I'm sick of waiting on you fuckers. Sell me this damn thing. And she said, how the hell were you able to lift that and carry it all the way to the front of the store? I said, ma'am, I've carried it in cans of ammunition at way more than this. And then she goes, were you in the military? Like, yeah. She goes, would you like a military discount? I don't care. if you want to give it to me, fine. Well, here, fill out this form. And I look, and there's a line of people formed behind me. I go,
you're like,
if
oh,
you want
fuck
me to
that.
fill out a form, you can take the military discount and shove it in your ass. Just
Oh.
ring me up for this fucking thing. Just
I
ring
won't
me
do
up
it.
for it. And I picked it up, and I walked out to my truck and set it in the bed of my truck and went home. I was pissed. Now,
I
was
won't do it at Lowe's
well,
because they attach it to your phone number. After you go through that process, all you gotta
you
do
don't
is
have
give
a
them
phone,
number.
Rob, so it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, I got a phone, but the problem is everybody knows my number. You know what I mean? As far as business or this or that, I've got a lot of people I work for that would abuse that, knowing that that's all you need. They'd give it my number. You know what I mean? So therefore, they're scamming the system on my account in a sense.
My
So
thing is,
I'm not doing that. Like you should just be able to whip an ID out. That should be it. That's how Home Depot is. Home Depot is trying to pull their shit too, where they're coming up with a program. I play dumb, show them my ID, I get the discount. I'm out the door every freaking time. Yeah, it's not a big hassle and shit.
so I'm sure Michigan isn't the only state that has this bullshit where they put veteran on your driver's license or state ID. So since it's kind of a standard thing, it's been around for a long time. There is no reason to fill out a damn form. If you want me to fill out a damn form, I'll wipe my ass with the form and hand it back to you. If you think that I'm lying because other people lie, that's fine. That's fucking fine. I'll go bring in my service record book next time, and you won't know what the fuck you're looking at because you think we get to keep our ID and our
It won't matter.
rifle.
It won't matter because they want the one piece of paper they ask for. That's all they know. That's all that exists to them. You can come in there with
I don't give a
classified
fuck.
documents. They ain't gonna care.
I honestly don't give a fuck about the discount, but I go to Lowe's for work a lot. So I'm going to bring up in my next meeting with my boss, do you want me to apply for the military discount so I can get it for stuff for work? If she says, yeah, do it. Okay, fine. This is the advantage of hiring a veteran. Okay. If she says, no, if you don't use it for yourself, then don't use it for work, then I won't. Fuck it.
I recommend you go to Home Depot and do the pros rewards, especially if you're buying shit for work, because basically you get free money depending on how much you spend in this and that. So, like just recently, I got like a free $75. So, yeah, and it's not like shorting it off from somebody. It's just when I buy shit, I get a small credit percentage type deal. So, yeah, it's not a scam.
So Big P says you can get a veteran identification card from the VA. I don't have anything to do with the VA, but well, except my life insurance, but whatever. But that's good to know that if you wanted to prove that you're a veteran, but you know what? These stupid pogues wouldn't know what the fuck they're looking at anyhow. And somebody would just have a fake one and there'd be another stolen valor situation. So, I mean, short of, I don't know. They want one thing, but they don't even know what the fuck they're looking at. So what does it really matter?
Yeah, I avoid the VA too. They keep mailing me shit, but
I don't avoid them. I've never had anything to do with them. I still have my military life insurance, and that's through the VA, but they contracted out to a civilian life insurance company, so it's not even like the government, backs it. They just they contract it out. Other than that, I've never gone to a VA hospital. I have no VA paperwork. I'm sure one day if I need it, I'm gonna have to fill out a shit ton of paperwork and wait forever.
And you're gonna have to give a blood sample, and that's when the children that you don't know about will show up.
Here's the thing. If somebody knocked on my door and said I need a hair sample in order to verify that, you're my dad, I'd probably give them a pubic hair.
I can't speak for all places, but for time, I got stuck transporting people places. Wasn't my normal thing. Ain't even supposed to be my thing, whatever. But needless to state, I can state from the time I've been in VAs, I would not. I don't even know if I'd want to send an enemy there, honestly. So I've seen like straight up, like I probably shouldn't even say this. Never mind. But it's just not good, man. Mentally, it's just not a good thing from what I've seen with people. So, that's one thing about the military that kind of bugged me. It's different when somebody's like malingering, when they're playing around, when they're screwing around. But when somebody, gave it their all and they had a vehicle accident and now they're fucked up, you shouldn't treat them like a piece of shit. I got a problem with that. So I don't care for the VA.
I've heard a lot about just the bad treatment and bad conditions and all that. That's why I told my kids, when I can't remember you anymore, just dump me at the nearest VA and let them finish me off. Fuck it, I won't know the difference.
I think that's one of the big problems with recruitments right now. I mean, obviously you got all that woke shit, but nobody wants to talk about it. But there's a lot of cases the military ain't taking care of their own, man. I mean, you could state I'm an example of that, but I can't really get into that. But there's a lot of cases where they're not necessarily holding up to their end of the deal. So you know, is that a good referral on the next generation? Would I refer my kids to the military? Hell no.
I used to want my sons to join. I mean, I told them don't join if it's not in your heart, but now I've told them don't join because they're just a bunch of pussies these days. But
Well, the sad part is, I'm with you there, but the sad part is we need a strong defense force. We really do in the end. Obviously, it's being led by morons in times or whatever, but in the end, for our people, we do need a strong force. So it's kind of a catch-22. We're killing ourselves here with all this PC bullshit and everything going on. Yeah, it's actually endangering the security of our country, of all our people. We don't need weaker people. We need stronger people. It's not for everybody. And you should make a rule about me drinking and talking about shit online, man. This is no good.
When aren't you drinking and talking shit online?
Shit, I haven't drank in like a month. But I talk shit online the whole time.
I haven't drank since last year. MC says that keeps people watching. Yep. I don't know. I got nothing more. Anyone else have a topic?
Not really. Just saying I'm plugged in because my phone keeps wanting to die. 5%. If I move from this plug, I'm dead.
StreamYard does like to chew the crap out of your battery.
Yeah, it does. I don't know what the deal is, but yeah, when you're on one of these shows, holy shit, it burns it up.
MC definitely had a beer when he opened his box from Ron Wine. So, you still angry with StreamYard and not being able to work on your phone? Squibby?
Squib?
angry with him?
Yeah, you were saying like their stuff doesn't work on your phone, but then Night Strikes does.
Yeah, the GunTube Chamber works with mobile. StreamYard doesn't. I contacted StreamYard a couple of years ago about this. I want to say it's probably 2 years ago. I'd have to look for the email or whatnot and let them know the problems that I was having, and they're aware of it. And they said they were not interested in making StreamYard work with mobile. Now, I've had some people say it works with my phone just fine. Okay, well, I got 5G and all that other bullshit, and I don't live in Manure Pit, Texas, so we actually have cell towers all over the freaking place. It doesn't work well with my phone. I've been on the road, or I've been standing right next to a cell tower and had issues connecting with a phone.
You thought it would credit, didn't you?
So, I mean,
That's the problem.
I just don't jump on a show if I'm not at a desktop or a laptop. That's all. Fuck it.
What browser are you using?
You mean like Google?
Like Chrome or Samsung Internet or whatever, Safari Land or whatever?
I guess it would be Chrome, but that doesn't matter. StreamYard said they're aware that their software is not mobile friendly, and they don't give a fuck. They'll bombard you with these stupid commercials while you're watching YouTube videos, and they're the #1 streaming service. I mean, I've used them to go live a few times. I haven't tried the Chamber yet. I figured I'd get used to StreamYard and then eventually maybe try it or whatever, but I don't even really care because I'm not committing to a regular show anyhow. So, I thought about shelling out the $60 a year for the premium shit, but I'm like, why? Unless I start doing shows more often or something, what's the fucking point? But, I don't like the fact that they don't care. But it's their business. If that's the way they want to run their business, everybody's using them. And like some of these companies that sell you what they want to sell you, not what you want, they know they can get away with it because where else are you going to go? Honestly, it's like YouTube. All these people like go to Rumble or go to Gunstream or nobody goes to that fucking shit. Nobody watches that shit. Nobody cares.
Have you tried them again with a different representative for the company? Because, I mean, maybe it's possible you got a bad representative. I only say that. I'm not trying to defend them, but, sometimes there's an asshole that works there. So, that's just what it is. There's assholes everywhere. But, from what I see, most people don't seem to have a problem. So if it is just, say, 5% of people, you might be in that 5%. And if it's just 5%, is that worth crashing the whole thing?
Okay, I'm going to say it for the third fucking time. They admitted it does not work with mobile, and they don't care. How
Yeah,
much
you can
more
say it
simple
like
is
20
that?
times, but that's what, one representative? Was that a public statement? Did you talk to somebody on the phone? Did you email? Like I said, did you get it verified? Because for the majority of people, it seems to work fine.
Really?
I'm not trying to defend them. I'm just asking simple questions. That's all.
I mean, no, I don't think you're asking a simple question. I gave a simple answer. I don't know
So
what else you want to hear
did you
from me.
attempt more than once to communicate with them
I'm
about
not
the
going to
problem?
fucking waste my time with those
So
assholes.
no. So you have one example, one experience, one sample piece, and you're condemning the whole thing off from one
Fuck
individual.
yeah, I am.
All
Fuck
right,
yeah,
and
I am.
that's all I'm saying. So people can take that for what it is. Maybe it's a case, maybe it's not. I don't know.
I mean, honestly, I really don't care. I just don't. I was using my phone to join shows while I was on
I'm
second
the
shift.
cheap son of a bitch. All your shit costs more than mine, and my shit works fine.
Except that you just dropped and now you're not.
They don't like him. Well, that's because I'm on like 3% because I went out and smoked cigarettes. So plug this back in.
Well, what you should have done was had like a 10-foot cord and then put your phone out the window, ran around outside, grabbed your phone, and stayed with your phone plugged in.
The junkies would have got it by then.
Or take and have your phone on a cord and lean out the window and smoke your cigarette outside so, you weren't inside.
So I was joining live shows from the factory because there were a lot of shows on at night, a lot of shows on later because they're in the confused time zone or further west. And I was working second shift. I was in a position based on what I was doing to move around the factory and do my job, but be on a live show. I might have to have the camera off or be muted for some stuff, or from time to time just drop out just because I had things to do and I couldn't I couldn't have that distraction, or somebody was around where it just wasn't a good idea. But for the most part, I was able to jump on these shows, and I use my phone, and sometimes it would work and sometimes it wouldn't. On the road, most of the time it didn't work, and it was a mobile issue. Now, I haven't tried to use it on my phone in a while. I haven't. And I have no idea if it's gotten better or whatnot. I'm talking about the last communication I had. Some things I'm willing to go back and forth with customer service on to try to resolve the issues. And some things I'm not. This was one of those things where I'm not wasting my fucking time on it. It works. It doesn't work. I don't care. Does that answer your question, G23?
Well, you sure care enough to bitch about it, don't you?
Oh, so we have Mr. Knives who showed up. Chocolate.
Also, I'd like to address Defense Dad and MC. Both you can go fuck yourselves.
Chocolate. Ooh, I got some chocolate. I got bribed by the kid. She gave me a candy bar today. Supposedly the world's finest chocolate from the Family Dollar. Support the Boys and Girls Club of America. We fund charities. So it was one of them charity candy bars, so it probably does taste like shit, but hey, it's free candy. Almond chocolate bar. Thinking of you, Knives.
Defense Dad said he fell asleep, and they're still going.
Right, man. This show ain't no two-pump chump.
Gizzard says, I drove an hour and a half from my daughter's, and they're still going. Yes, we have been going for 4 hours.
4 hours, 6 minutes, and 45 seconds.
I'm just not sure if we're going to do the 6 hour long marathon like we've done before.
Nah, hell no. I can't sit here that long. Not in one spot.
See, Rob's already tapping out. He's like, "Oh hell no, we're not doing that."
If I had a full battery, then it could be a thing. It ended up being a sloppy show. You want to add a couple more hours of this?
Oh,
Might be the first show where somebody's in the shower on the show.
we definitely do not need to see that.
Nah, I wouldn't turn the camera on. If they're super chats and they want to start throwing money, maybe. But yeah, I ain't showing stuff for free.
MC says, "Crap, you've been up for 4 hours. Better consult a doctor." Hell no, that just means that you're having a good time.
Probably throw a disclaimer up since you had people on here like professional type people that are trying to be serious and looked at a certain way. Yeah, our opinions, Squib and I, don't necessarily reflect G23's opinions on everything, so don't hold them accountable for our opinions. Let's put that out there.
It was Katie, and it wasn't a couple of years ago. It was March of 2022. So should I get somebody other than Katie next time?
Probably.
Yeah. I want you to call right now.
You know,
Right now. Do it live. See what the hell they got to say.
Shit. So I did
Yeah.
when I got USCCA. I called them up in the middle of the night just to see if they'd answer the phone. They did. They were happy to help, and they sounded like they were awake.
So
They're
MC
like, "Oh
says-
yeah, you're in New York. You're fucked," and then hung
Uh,
up.
I told them why I called. I was like, I was just seeing if you guys would answer, and we sat there. We talked for like, I don't know, 20 minutes. It was a cool conversation.
Outcast was lonely, so he made a phone
Hey
call.
man, you better verify. Don't count on nothing for sure. It would suck, you paid one of these places and then go ahead and call them because you almost got robbed on your way home from an event, and they don't answer the phone till 9 in the morning. Some bullshit like that.
Did you see MC's comment? Ask for Karen. That's what should I care.
Yeah. That's why,
You should call them, dude. You should tell them, look, you're live on their show using their platform right now. You got some questions, and see what the hell they say.
They're in Canada. They're all asleep right now.
So wake their ass up.
they're all over the world. They have people all over the world. I watch sometimes on Sunday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 Eastern. I'll watch their YouTube channel when they do their live stream.
I bet they're not logging on from a phone.
Dude, you see the lights they got in their background and shit? They're like doing OnlyFans and shit too. So they're up.
I thought only pimps managed that. Here we go. Back to this.
Hey, I said a large portion of it. Not all of them. There's plenty of, I don't know,
Yeah.
screwed up people and foot models and all types of other shit on there too. But a lot
Rob
of
knows
that
a lot
shit
about
is
it.
stuff too.
Rob knows a lot about it
Hey.
because he's on there and he's got a pimp.
Yeah, it's Misfits, darling. She's pimped him out.
Figured it out. Damn.
If that was the case, we'd be rich.
Oh shit.
No, you would be rich. He'd still
Yeah,
be a broke
yeah.
dick.
Yeah, he'd still be your bitch and you'd be rich.
For the wealth.
Why don't you pimp him out to some of them old winter ladies?
Killing people. Fuck.
Shit.
He got all those customers, that are over the age of 60 because of word
Oh
of
god.
mouth. Yeah, I'm gonna put you in my will because you're
Man,
such a kind
I've
young
had-
man.
I've had some of these old ladies offer to give me massages and shit right in front of the lady. All types of shit. These old ladies are freaks, man. They don't give a shit either. They don't give a
Hey,
shit.
and I bet you they pay you in cash.
No
So
comment.
we got Mario out in the crowd. Welcome. Hell, I got free stuff from StreamYard. I was on their live stream, and they did one of their giveaways using their giveaway tools. And I got, what was it? One of their StreamYard duck, like toys and a sweatshirt.
Was that like a week ago or something like that?
No, it was around Christmas.
Okay. Yeah, I saw one like a week ago. Seen Gizzard Gary in there asking the questions. I would bring it up initially about who gets views for all that rebroadcast and shit, and they said exactly what the hell I thought they were gonna say. I wasn't commenting in it or nothing, but took screenshots of shit in case there became a problem. But yeah, same shit I thought. The person that's initially doing it, they don't get the credit for any of those other ones. But thankfully, I don't see a bunch of those restreams anymore. So I don't know if people like got over it or I unsubbed everybody that was doing it. So I don't know.
Why have you always got to get your cut, Outcast? You want to talk about shifty business?
My God, what do you mean? Cut of what?
It's like you make it sound like if it was your live stream and somebody else was broadcasting on their channel, whatever, you kind of think that you should get your cut because it's coming from
Well,
your
no,
live.
I just wouldn't approve it. Or if you were on mine, I'd give you the fucking boot if it's not up to me. Like, it's cut and throat in my opinion. I got the right to feel how I feel, whatever. And when I go to your channel, you post something, I expect to see you, not somebody else's fucking channel. And so when I do, I just start unsubbing people. You want to unsub me? Go ahead. I don't want a bunch of spam in my shit. I'm sure you don't either. So it don't matter to me. I mean, I appreciate myself. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not going to watch a bunch of damn spam or scroll through 5 of the same goddamn show. I'm not doing it. Like, it's the same thing with the group text and my phone number. I'll just change my goddamn number. People don't want to pull me out of this shit. I don't care what 20 people think about a rock that looks like an ass. I really don't care. Like, I'm stopping what I'm doing to look at my phone and think it's something to do with something relevant. It ain't even shit to do with me. People can't pull me out of the group text. I'll just change my goddamn number. I'm done with it. And fucks over a bunch of people. And now they're all pissy about it. Like, oh, you won't give me a number, whatever. I don't know. Fucking, we don't need all the games and fucking bullshit. Some of you guys like spam and bullshit. I'm not a Facebook guy. I don't have this shit. That's not me. Respect it or don't deal with me.
Yep. Rob's on a tear now. That's what
See what
MC
you started, goddammit. You see what you started?
E23 is just bouncing between the two of us here, just sticking the stick in the bee's nest. And when he's done with one hive, he turns around, sticks it in the other hive.
Hey, man, I call it how I see it. I don't expect to be liked by everybody or loved by everybody. I mean, yeah, whatever. And just because I have a different opinion doesn't mean you have to hate me unless you're one of them freaking psycho blue-haired people that's what they do, or everything's racist or this or that, whatever.
Yeah, but those are your customers, Rob.
Oh.
and I'm the one poking the bear.
It's called deflecting, G23.
Oh. I'm just waiting for when we start talking about the
I'm not here to kiss ass or make everybody happy. I think that's obvious by my sub count and all that stuff, okay? I don't care about your freaking clicks or who's in business for what. There's plenty of shit that goes on that I don't say a goddamn thing about. Because it really ain't my damn business. And in general, people are foolish and love just giving away money for stupid shit. So if that's what you want to do, it's America, it's on you. But I do take offense when people are bleeding the cause. That to me, that's a problem. But that's a whole nother discussion. So if I piss people off because they're in YouTube to make money and they ride the fence and they're two-faced and act one way in private and another way online, so be it. I really don't give a shit. People that stick around are real. I'd rather have them than a bunch of fake ass people with good numbers.
There you go. That's how you call poking the bear, Squib.
I stepped away for a second. What'd I miss?
Look in the private chat.
He wants to bring up the lady's shoes again. You see this shit? You see this shit? Son of a bitch.
I
don't know. I'm not in on this. I don't have a foot fetish or something, so I'm not in the loop on this.
I'm not going to talk about it because I'm not going to get him killed overnight, or at least get his ass kicked. One of the two.
It's all right, man. See, the secret is I actually like the abuse.
We know this.
So what about the shoes?
It was a thing.
he thinks it's gonna get me in trouble because you bring up the shoes. Well, I did say like don't say nothing about the shoes because I didn't want my girl being all self conscious about it or whatever the hell you call it. But she really don't give a shit. So she likes those shoes,
He's
but
like,
they didn't match her outfit, and she
he's
was
like,
upset. I
don't.
put her on camera with them, but
He's like, don't talk about the shoes. They don't match the outfit, and blah 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 and blah blah blah. See, if it wasn't for him bringing it up, it was in a video about like a year ago.
Okay.
Hey, Bob.
I'm kind of glad I'm out of the loop on this because this sounds like a non-issue.
It really is a super non-issue, but you know,
Yeah, it is.
Mr. Knife says, "Woohoo, feelings."
Yes, we're here to share our feelings with the world.
See, this is cheaper than going and paying a psychiatrist. We have group therapy.
So
It's almost like Jerry Springer. I mean, you think you got it bad. You spend 4 hours here, and you should feel refreshed.
Hi, I'm Squib.
Yeah, right. That's how we should start it off from now on. Just go around the room. Hi, I'm G23, and I'm addicted to buying firearms.
Hi, I'm New York Outcast. I'm addicted to salad, candy, and sex.
I just said hi. You guys were just supposed to say hi back. That's all.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Never mind. Retract that.
Okay.
Oh, MC says,
I have I have a Glock.
Oh. Yeah, at 4.5 hours into it, you know, you can't ask for a refund.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't ask for 4.5 hours of your life back.
Defense Dad says, y'all need Jesus. I do. He's the one that
you can go to church.
He's the one that cuts my yard.
That's Jesus.
Oh.
That's a mess up, man.
I don't even want to know you anymore.
Hey, man. Don't be mad. Jesus ain't afraid to get his damn hands dirty. I bet he can change his own goddamn tire, too.
Oh. You hear my wife yelling in the background? Yep. Moo's just now showing up. He probably woke up from his, beer coma.
Yeah, he's in the same time zone as 2/3 of this panel. He shouldn't be napping.
Well, his OnlyFans has blown up lately, so, you got to give the guy a break.
Well, that's just because he finally went and got the tramp stamp that said Rough Rider.
Look, better to do OnlyFans and make money than, go out there and eBay. So,
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. If you were single, would you date a girl that did OnlyFans? I
No.
wouldn't.
Why not?
no.
I wouldn't. Yeah, me neither. I see it as damaged goods, man. Something's got to be off. If you're gonna show your pussy for $5, something's wrong with you. I'm sorry, something's wrong with you.
Here's the thing. There's a lot of things that some people will say that they'll accept, and if they make that obligation, they need to understand they made that obligation. In the same sense, the other person made a choice as well. If you made a choice to be a stripper or to do this OnlyFans or to be an escort or whatever the hell it is, you have a past, right? And if you're honest about that past and somebody says, okay, that's just too much for me. I'm out of here. Then get out of there. Don't drag it out. Just be straight. And thank you for being honest with me. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm out of here. But if you go, that's okay. That's all fine with me. You don't come back 10 years later and go, I can't handle the fact that you were an escort 10 years ago.
Yeah,
What
sure.
the fuck did you
I'm
make
with
that commitment
Yeah.
for? In the
Yeah,
same
either
sense, they made a choice that might make them less marketable later on. You're making a choice by either accepting them or saying, I'm out. Thanks for the heads up early on. You did both of us a favor. I'm out of here.
Yep. Yeah. I was seeing a girl, whatever, dating, whatever. I don't know if I call it dating. Found out she was a stripper. Ended up giving her the choice, the ultimatum. She chose the money. So, I think she regretted it down the line, but that's a whole nother story and, whatever, because she's still around. And there was another chick that ended up going that way, but, that's just something I can't do. Like, I don't know what it, yeah. Ain't for me. So, I mean, so same thing with OnlyFans. So, I guess that's like a big talking con thing now. I don't know. There's a bunch of shit out there about women hitting the wall and all this OnlyFans shit and blah 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 blah. But honestly, it seems like a lot of these girls are a little twisted in the head nowadays. So,
Well, you have those beta males that pretty much the women
Yeah,
have
that's a big
women
problem.
have to be men.
Yep, that's a big problem, but that's what's feeding these girls is all the beta males, the guys that are too scared or to go ask a chick out, or the guy that sits at home on his computer that's overweight and works at Walmart won't settle for anything but a supermodel, and hates women. So now he's throwing money at the internet. I don't get it, man. Like, it's ruining the culture. Like, we're getting less quality women and less quality men due to that in the long run. It's destroying American culture, families, all this shit in the end. That's why nobody grows up with their parents anymore or this or that. It's always separation, all this type of shit. I mean, women change, husbands like underwear nowadays. It's crazy. I don't know.
Well, there's something to be said about staying in it for the kids. I think in the long run, it doesn't work. I mean, it's a valiant effort, and to each their own. And there's also something to be said about getting with somebody who already has kids. I know guys that will not date a chick who have kids, and I understand why. I also know that some guys end up dating a chick with kids and they get used. They let themselves get used. I'm not saying that every divorced chick out there or even one that just has baby daddies and stuff like that, is necessarily damaged goods, but so many of them are just interested in a guy for how much money can she get off of him. She's not interested in for anything else. So it's a tough call if she already has kids. Now, if you've got kids and she has kids, now you have an opportunity to see how she is with her kids, but also see how she is with your kids. And if you see something good in that, then so be it. But if you see the warning signs early, get the fuck out as early as possible because it's only going to get worse.
Yep. MC says humans are complex.
We are, but there's a lot of things that seem to be repetitive or just, it doesn't matter if it's now or in the past. People, it's human nature.
Well, you can take this out of, say, social media or whatever online and go back to like the bar scene if you want, in a sense, to where if you met a girl at a bar that's dressed to impress, she's showing everything, that's her hangout, this when you meet her, then why would you expect anything different when you date her? When you're at work, where's she gonna be? Hanging out at the bar dressed to impress, right? So some people are cool with that. Some people aren't cool with that. But, it seems like everybody tries to change people. Like, and that's where they screw up. Either you like who they are, or you can live with who they are, or you can't. But as soon as you got to go into trying to change somebody, you should be out the door.
Who says, been married 32 years, never again? Well, you never know.
The thing is, if somebody gets married once and it doesn't work out and they say, I won't do it again, at least they gave it a try, right? Somebody's been married 5 times. You could say, well, they're either a glutton for punishment or, damn, they really tried. It's different for different people.
Or they just marry whoever sleeps with them.
Yeah,
There's a lot of people like that. They won't admit it, but they're those, I don't know, betas or whatever you call it. And then the first chick that sleeps with them and sticks around, they freaking marry. And then it turns out to be shit because guess what? She's nice like that to everybody. And then they end up with some other chick down the line. And then the next chick that sleeps with them, they freaking marry.
Yep.
Fucking idiots, man. Straight up fucking idiots. And then they blame, marriage is no, it's just you're fucking stupid. And so were the women you were picking. So, marriage is still legitimate, but that's with two people that are traditional. If you're not, you can't expect a traditional contract with non-traditional people. And that's what we got nowadays.
Yep. MC and I were thinking the same thing. At 5 times, that person's probably the problem.
Yeah. There's something to be said about that too. But I'll say this: at least they didn't give up. I'm not saying that they're not the problem, or that like what Rob was saying, that's true as well. But I'm not saying that just because you got married once and you said never again that you're wrong, or you've been married 5 times that you're wrong, or whatever it is. It's just different for different people. Some people will never get married ever. That's their choice too. And at different points in our life, I think we feel differently. I think when we're younger, we feel the need to kind of have that security. And then when we get older, maybe not so much. Or maybe some people, when they get older, are glad they have that security. There's something to be said about what you can build with somebody if you stay with them long enough. But way too often, it's way too easy for somebody to just get in one argument, or that same argument never gets resolved, and that's why the marriage is over. And when you have kids involved, it's a shame, it's a waste. But when the government makes it lopsided, where the woman gets everything, this is going to happen. If they made it where whoever gets the kids doesn't have to pay. If you take the kids, the other person doesn't have to pay. But if they want them, you don't have to pay. You would have people fighting over, no, you take them, instead of this, no, I'll take them and I want the money too. If they didn't get the money, they wouldn't take the kids. I'm telling you, you wouldn't have all these women out there having kids with 8 different guys if there wasn't a way for them to stay on welfare and get extra welfare and all this stuff. Make all that go away. Make it as hard to get married as it is to get divorced. All the bullshit you got to go through to get divorced, how long it takes and how much it costs you. Make that the standard to get married, the exact same standard. You'd see some changes in society. But until that changes, you're going to have this stuff. You're going to have, and when you've got the dad out of the picture, not because he doesn't want to be there, because the courts aren't letting him be there, and the bitch mom has all the power because they gave it to her. You have these guys that grow up to be pussies, and they're beta males, and they let women walk all over them, and they don't know how to behave like a dude, and they get used, and then they get used, and they get used, and they get used. Now that doesn't mean that they're innocent. Okay, Dad says it takes 2 to tango. All right, you enabled them, you dumbass. Okay, in the same way, it's not right for them to use you either. But you've got these women being told by society that they're empowered to take advantage of the system that benefits them, and you got guys that are being told that act like this and girls will like you, and that's the exact opposite of what women want. It really is. So it's a delicate thing. And I can understand why somebody might have relationship issues, but at a certain point, if you look at yourself in the mirror and you say, I don't like myself because I'm getting used, or I don't like myself because I don't feel like a dude or whatever, then use that to say, fuck this shit. And when you go in there with more or less an attitude problem, you'll find that the chicks suddenly find you attractive. Now, don't drop the attitude, because when you do, they're not attracted to you anymore. And off. you're right back in the same situation again. And it might sound like, oh, you're telling people to be an asshole. That's because women are attracted to assholes, and men naturally are assholes. That's
it's true,
that's
though.
just biology.
Statistically,
That's
the numbers,
biology.
it's true. It is. I mean, they'll even tell you, like, a lot of, especially if you're speaking like younger women, they prefer the bad boys. They do. When they get older, they see the mistakes with that and da 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 da. And so there might be a difference at some point, but they still like that characteristic. They like the risk. They like the little, as long as you're not bad to me, you know what I mean, type thing. So there is a lot to that. I don't know what the hell it is, but it is the thing. So yeah.
If your
But
wife
also,
tells you, well, sorry, go ahead.
no, I was going to say also, as far as you bring up the court thing. Now, I know from firsthand experience, I've had joint custody with all my children, which was never even a question. You know what I mean? But with a court order and joint custody, it doesn't mean you're still going to be able to get to see your damn kid. Because let me tell you something, the courts will lock your ass up for any kind of payments or anything that's funny. You don't do something and they're on your ass. But if primary residence is with that mother, those kids don't have to come see you, even with a court order. You can go to court and bitch all you want, violate, put a petition in. They ain't going to do shit. They're not going to force her to bring the kid over or for you to pick the kid up. They just won't. They won't in New York State. So in the end, even with all that bullshit, all that protection, you still get fucking screwed as a man in court.
If your girlfriend or wife or fiance tells you that she's with you because she's finally getting a nice guy, she's not lying, but she's settling for a nice guy. Okay. If you think that that's what makes you special, makes you different, makes you what she likes, I would be very careful, because at some point she's going to start coming home from work later, or she's going to be hiding her phone, or she's going to be on the computer all the time, or whatever the fuck. And if you don't notice these things are not normal, she doesn't want to do this anymore, she doesn't want to do that anymore. Yep, congratulations, nice guy, well done. I'm not talking about abusing somebody or committing a crime.
Nice guys pay the bills, bad guys get the fun.
Mm-hmm. And in all of us is the bad guy that they like. And it's not, there's nothing wrong with it. The bad guy is not a criminal. The bad guy is not a deadbeat sleeping on the couch. The bad guy is not this evil person. This bad guy is kind of tough and kind of strong and is the leader and, that sort of thing. The kind of guy that your son looks up to, that sort of shit, right? And it might be a guy out there going, I don't know how to do this because I didn't have a daddy. Quit blaming your dad, okay? That'll work when you're 19 or 22, but when you're 42, don't be blaming your dad. Figure it the fuck out. Everything you need to know on how to be a man is right between your legs. It's in your fucking bloodstream. Just do what comes natural. If you fight what comes natural, and then you do what they tell you in the fucking songs and in the watching the fucking Hallmark Channel bullshit. My wife watches that bullshit. I'll walk into the room and I'll go, really? If I acted like that, would you fuck me? And she goes, no. I mean, it's as simple as that. But they eat that shit up. And if you think that's what you do, you show up at their house with the fucking boombox over your head, they're going to fucking call the cops on your dumb ass. Just do what comes natural. That's all you got to do, man. Jeez.
Moo was talking about. Moo was talking about.
Oh, go ahead, man.
Moo was talking about they were late to his rehearsal dinner because there was like a bomb threat called into the county building when they went to pick up their marriage certificate, and it's like better than late for the wedding. One of my buddies, one of my best friends, he was late to his own wedding. That was pretty fucking hilarious. He was an hour late to his wedding.
You show up with the bridesmaid.
What was his excuse?
He slipped and fell on her.
No. He had a flat tire.
Your mother wanted to make sure I was qualified.
He had a flat tire, and he ran out of gas.
And she's
So-
gonna marry that douchebag?
Was
No,
he
She
Jake?
okay,
didn't even check his fucking gas tank? Jesus Christ.
so
Was he Jake at the end of Blues Brothers? There was a famine, locust. It wasn't my fault.
no, okay, so his fiance, the one he was marrying, her brother didn't like him, and so he like took and put a small hole in his tire, so it was a slow leak, and siphoned like almost half the gas tank out of his truck, and he was getting married out in the middle of nowhere.
So he beat that brother's ass after this, right? Like at the wedding, like straight up, finished it, walked up, and just laid the son of a bitch out right
What
there.
if his brother was watching out for him, dude?
I know, like what
Maybe.
if
Good point.
his
Good point.
soon-to-be it could have been that his soon-to-be brother-in-law was looking out for him, but he didn't find out about it till like 2-3 years later. Finally, when the brother-in-law admitted, "Hey, I did that to you."
Defense Data out there, he says, public service announcement. This is not the show to watch for dating advice, youngsters. Actually, it is. This is something your dad should be setting down with you, telling you when
Probably.
you're a teenager. And you
Yep.
could say, well, my dad wasn't there to tell me this shit. Then where was your uncle? Where was your grandpa? Where was your older brother? Or if you didn't have any of that and you're clueless in your teens and 20s, by the time you get into your 30s and 40s, if you don't have a clue, you're a fucking retard, okay? I mean, get a fucking clue. It ain't working. I'm doing the same thing over and over again, and it's not working. Why isn't it working? That's a definition of insanity. Get a clue. Have you ever had a woman say something to you and you wanted to go, what? But instead you go, oh, yes, I agree. Okay, think about it. All right, you fought the urge to go, what? Right? You fought that urge to go, I agree, because that's what you think you're supposed to say. When what she really wants you to say is, what? Okay? It's the truth. If your dad wasn't there to tell you, I don't know what to say, because there are a lot of us that grew up that way.
I think that's a problem with a lot of women too, in a sense, is they didn't grow up in a household with a father, so they believe the father is supposed to be that Hallmark guy that just shuts up, does whatever the hell they want, and kisses her ass and makes them happy.
But when
And
they get that guy,
not
why
a
do they turn
father's
around? They get
Like-
that guy though, and they cheat on him. So what's the fucking difference?
Yeah, they expect something that's unreal. That's not. It's a fantasy. You know what I mean? It's not realistic. So in some cases, where I grew up with a single father, so all that baby shit. Let me hug you and make you feel better. Let's talk it over and go get some ice cream and rub your boo boos. That's a fucking joke, okay? Like my first fight, like actual legitimate fight. My dad dragged me out back to fight 3 people because a bunch showed up in my house. It was 1-on-1, but he bring me outside to go fight. That's a damn dad. Okay. Like, you're going to have this throughout your life. It's better you deal with it. To deal with your problems, don't run from them. I mean, like there's a lot to that where modern people are like, oh, that's just horrible. That's abuse. No, it's not. It's building your kid to be made for the world they're actually in, not the one you want them to be in. You know what I mean? There's a difference there. Like, you go ahead. If I talk to my dad like some of these kids talk to I'd be buried in the backyard. Simple.
Well, that utopia that they think that we're going to be in will never happen. You can have as many freaking things change in society. You can do this gender bullshit and all this fucking participation trophy bullshit. And all we see is what it's doing. It's destroying everything, and it's not really doing anything to make it where everybody really is equal, and you don't have to be strong to survive in this world.
Different is good. Being the same is boring as hell. Different is ideal. You shouldn't want to be like the dude on TV and every other rapper and all this stupid shit. You should want to be you. Like, that's what makes you special. I don't understand why people are so hyped up on keeping up with the Joneses or fitting a certain image. Like, they're all a bunch of fucking followers, like straight up losers. Damn, I gotta stop. Sorry.
What I should have done from the beginning, it says, this is who I am. I'm not changing for you. If I change, it's because I want to. And this is who I am. Take it or leave it. And I didn't do that. And then one day I did that and things got better. Somebody go, well, I'm not you. No, you're not. You were me in the past. And I can tell you that my story isn't any different than anybody else's story who said, maybe I should just do what comes natural. Somebody could say, well, this chat has turned into the advice chat. Maybe, but it's true. It's just true.
Take
It's a
your
harsh
medicine.
truth. It's a harsh truth, and people don't like harsh. They want candy coated, and let's all have nice feelings. Like you said, let's talk it out and get an ice cream. Let's go get an ice cream out, Cass.
Can I get sprinkles?
No,
want the
you haven't been good
M&Ms.
enough.
I want M&M's ice cream.
Oh man, you're supposed to say sprinkles are for winners.
That's why I said no.
But I'm a winner.
Well,
Yeah, it
that-
depends on whose book you're looking at.
Yeah.
Well, according to this rum, I'm winning the shit out of it.
Defense Dad says, damn it, now I want ice cream. So on Thursday, when the wife and I were on the ocean, we're
Find a gun.
Yeah, I heard that.
and everything, as we got down to Coos Bay, and we stopped at a restaurant and got a strawberry cheesecake milkshake.
That doesn't sound good.
It's a cheesequake. It's a Dairy Queen cheesequake.
A cheese and a milkshake? I'm a cheese fan, but cheese and a milkshake?
Cheesecake. A strawberry
Yeah, but
cheesecake.
still, it's cheesecake, which is representation of cheese in a milkshake. Oh, hell no, man. Hell no.
Cheesecake isn't cheese.
It's cream
It's cream
cheese.
cheese.
That's not real cheese.
I know. That'd be like saying Velveeta is cheese.
Whatever, man. It's the rum. Still doesn't sound good.
You're reading Knives' comment?
Yeah. The fuck? Dude. I'm telling you.
Now, a chocolate strawberry shake or chocolate banana strawberry? That sounds good.
You hear how excited he sounded when he said the word banana?
Yeah.
Banana.
Do you ever hear how excited he gets when he talks about his tub story?
Usually I hear him get excited when he talks about fruit and vegetables.
No, not that tub story. The one with the gay dude, that drunk dude in the tub naked and shit, and the other
What?
dude over him. Yeah, that was
The
crazy.
fuck okay, wait, Knives, now it's my turn. The fuck?
Oh, you haven't heard the tub story?
All right, I'm at a party.
Oh, shit.
Okay, everything, music is blaring. You can't hear shit. Go up to the bathroom because I got to piss. Pop the cork. Been there a while at this point. Knock on the door. Nobody says nothing. So I assume the door's empty, the bathroom or whatever. It's not even like, I think it was actually closed, but knock on the door and, nobody says nothing. Knock nice and hard. Nobody says nothing. Open the bathroom up. Take it, just barely open the door. Don't see anybody. So I pop in real quick, pull my dick out, start pissing. All of a sudden I hear something. I look to my left and there's a naked dude in the bathtub. And another dude, I don't know if he was fully naked, damn near fully naked, over him with his dick in his hand. And I was like, oh, damn. But I'm midstream at this point, So what am I supposed to do? Like, you can't just stop it. So I'm trying to stop it because now I feel like I just walked into something I shouldn't be in. You know what I mean? Obviously, and I don't want my dick airing out the room. So, I'm like, what the hell? So now I'm trying to finish, stuff it back in my pants. Well, I'm saying, what the fuck at the same time? Like, hang something on the doorknob, whatever. I realized I don't even think the guy in the tub's conscious. So I leave the bathroom. I get the lady. I say, we're fucking out of here. Let's get out of here before the cops show up. That's the story.
All right. To quote somebody out in the live chat, dude, the fuck?
Hey man, I got a lot of experiences, bro. My life ain't like the average
that's an
life.
experience that I'd rather have erased from my mind.
Oh,
Rob's gotta
Always check the tub. It's a new rule. Always check the tub.
Rob's got to take a piss so bad he's willing to piss next to gay date rape. Nice.
Dude, I didn't know they were in there. But yeah, that was some weird shit.
MC says free golden shower. They would have thanked you.
Yeah, I was wondering. At some point, did you like turn to face them? And, you know?
Oh God.
Always check the tub.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Squib.
Okay, well,
I told you, man, you gotta come party in New York.
This one didn't involve vodka and an ATV, but it's up there.
You want some stories? Hang out for a weekend.
I got stories too, not like that, but I've got stories.
Oh. Moo says, but was there bubbles?
Nah, man, tub was dry. It was just a bowl for the dude, I guess. I don't know.
It would have been.
I don't know. I assume that guy went in the bathroom to throw up or something. I don't know. I really don't know. And then somehow ended up naked in the tub, maybe trying to cool off. I got no idea. And then some other guy decided to come in and check on him. And then the next thing you know, he's half dressed with his dick in his hand. So that's why you don't get fucked up at strange parties.
So some poor dumbass went into the bathroom to go puke, passed out, and then somebody saw him as an opportunity. What sort of
That's
fucking
what I'm
party do you
guessing.
go
I
to?
honestly don't know. Like I said, I left, dude. Like that shit is something. Like all I saw was red flag. It's time to go.
What would you have done if the guy was in the bathtub with ice and the other guy had a knife in his hand?
He would have been like, oh, I didn't realize I was in Mexico. Getting free kidneys. It would have been one of those kidney stories.
Actually, from what I heard, that was one of them online things later on where nobody even knew that kid. He just showed up because somebody met him online or some shit, was from out of town, got all drunk, naked in a bathtub, and you can see the position he ended up in. So keep an eye on your kids, folks. Not saying he was a kid, but you know what I mean.
Oh. Yeah. So, Squib, you don't want to ask New York about some of his stories because then you're going to start going, wait a minute. This isn't the first time you were around something like this?
Oh, man, I got all types of stuff. Home invasions. I got whatever. You name it, I probably got it or something close.
Wouldn't you rather have a simpler life?
Yeah, but it kind of sounds boring. But yeah.
Maybe the one guy got stung by a jellyfish in the pool, and his buddy was trying to help him.
Oh.
Yeah, there was no pool.
Rob apparently didn't get Didn't see the upside down pineapple and the garden gnome outside at the party.
Well, dude, it like should have put something on the door. You guys know the code. Stick a sock on the door. Do something. Do something. Like,
No, actually, I don't know the code. Rob,
Really?
what is?
let me ask you this, Squib. Have any of your wives kept a mop on the front porch?
No.
Okay, that's a code, bro. Especially it's a military code. That means your wife's like a 304. So it's a good thing she hasn't because it's a thing. Like it's a known thing. There's all types of codes out there. But needless to state, adhere to them. Use one. Jesus Christ, common sense, people. Stick something on the door.
Right.
And
Yeah, you
5
come
hours.
home and find the mop on the front porch, you divorce that bitch right now. As a matter of fact, walk in the door, punch her in the face, and divorce her.
Wow. And this is where it's gone at 5 hours into the show. And he says we're not going to make it to 6. You're right.
Just
Because
kidding about the
here-
punch her in the face. It ain't worth all that. But definitely kick her ass the fuck out.
No. Because, yep. At this point, YouTube's
Mop
about
is
to
the
yank.
equivalent to the red porch light, okay?
Squib's like, I got to go. I got to bail. I don't need to know these kinds of things.
I just had to.
Well, you should know these types of things, man. Yeah, I'm telling you, because that's people are ballsy. They do it right in front of people's face. The best criminals are right out in the open, man.
Defense dad says, what if she's trying to mop the porch?
Just look at the politicians. Look, it's code. I'm trying to help all you damn men out there. Do not let the porch air dry, or do not let the mop air dry on the front porch, okay? I can barely talk, but you get what I'm saying. Don't do it.
Yes, Mr. Knives is still the king of 8-hour streams.
Back in the good old days, Knives. Back in the good old days.
Knives needs to, one of these days, do a live stream. Just a marathon.
Yeah, I know that StreamYard and YouTube will let you go 9 hours. So an 8-hour stream would not be out of the realm of possibility, but you might want to put on a pot of coffee.
You need some rum. You need that kind of rum that has the label on the back that says warning, flammable liquid. Do not pour near open flame. That's what you need. Works pretty well.
Mr. Knives says, you guys are weak. Hey, I've done,
He just told a story about going into a restroom at a party to something none of us wanted. We can't unhear this, and we're weak.
hey, this isn't the first time that he has told the same story on my channel.
It's the first time I've heard it.
See it, fellas?
No, it's the same story every damn time. Yeah, he keeps it right to the same script. Sometimes I wonder if he ever wrote it down.
It's legit, man. I'm telling you. It's legit. It's just like my supposed Bigfoot story, which I ain't saying is Bigfoot, but it's legit. It's going to be the same story every time because that's the way the shit happened. I'm not saying it's Bigfoot. I'm just saying it's something that don't fit. I can't register what the hell it was. That's the problem. So I don't know.
Blaming
Could
him.
be.
You're the one that brings it up. God.
So this time I brought it up. The last couple times, that was Artak and Daughters.
Oh, that's right. And you told them to quit doing it.
Yes. It's been a good 6 months since the topic has been brought up. Oh yeah, it was.
You guys love the bathroom story. I don't know why you're lying.
Oh, the wife's like, I want to hear it. You know what? You can rewind this a little bit and listen to the damn bathroom story.
Yeah, it's just another example, man. Different people have different perspectives on things, but we kind of live in different worlds in the same place, depending on your neighborhood. Yeah. One town can be like 3 different places depending on where you live in it. Crazy world.
So,
Yeah, I don't want to live in Rob's world.
no, because, yeah. I'm telling you, he has told a few different stories on this show that you're just like, dude, I don't know if I would even admit to those. Like the bathroom story, I would never admit to that. That would never go out on public if that had ever happened to me.
Dude, it's my civic duty to warn people and stuff like this. Especially you know, lucky people that live in the nice areas that, everybody's always nice to you and all this shit. You should know this. You may come across this sometime. Weird shit travels. Criminals travel. So believe it or not, there's probably a few junkies in your neighborhood where parents are making excuses and, but they're there. Yeah. This
So-
shit gets around.
I got a question for you, Rob. When was the last time you partied with Gretchen?
Partied with what?
With Gretchen,
Gretchen.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I can't even talk about that.
Or David Hogg.
Nah, man, that kid can't hang. When he realized we weren't drinking White Claw, he left.
Did you hear him say, "I'm not anti-gun. I own a shotgun."
No, I didn't hear. I don't know. No, I don't. I honestly, I don't listen to any of that shit. It's like you guys always talking about this with Biden or whatever. I don't listen to any of that shit. Personally, he's an imposter to me. He ain't a fucking president. He's a goddamn disgrace to the world, in my opinion. So I just don't see him professional, and I think it disrespects the office. I think it disrespects us. I just, I don't pay attention to anything. He could say something, declare war tomorrow until they show up on my doorstep. I don't give a shit what the hell he says. Come and try it, son of a bitch. That's all I got to tell you.
Yes, MC. Rob's world is very colorful. The wife's
Hey,
like,
nothing wrong with variety. That's another problem with people. You marry the first one, you don't know what the hell you're missing out there, and then the next thing you know, you start watching videos, start getting curious, and the whole thing gets fucked up. Shop around.
variety is not always the spice of life. I'm just telling you.
You should have a decent idea of the different flavors. That's all I'm saying. And there's pros and cons with some of them. That won't get too graphic, but there is pros and cons to some of them. So, don't settle on the first good thing. You know what I mean?
Oh God. Oh, did
It's
you see?
okay. It's okay. You can put that as a banner. When we did the second unofficial live show, I put "Thank you for being black" up there.
Yeah, I know. I was in that live stream. Oh, sure.
That was
Tell the
awesome.
black guy his world is colorful.
Honestly, good way of putting it.
Hey, Rob, if you showed up to Thunder on the Prairie, they would tell you thank you for showing up.
They probably would, man. I'm telling you, I wasn't lying. All the rallies I've been to, people want to shake my hand.
Oh.
Thank you for showing up. So,
You're a celebrity.
Oh,
everybody's like, see, we're not racist. There was a black guy over there.
I did get recognized at the gun shop.
What, for being some sort of hotshot YouTuber?
He just said that he knew my channel, and the only reason why I think he may have known my channel is because of when I live streamed Major 114. A lot of gun shops in Oregon was playing it so that people could hear it as they came in and out of the shop. I had probably 6 different shops say, "Hey, we've got this playing in our, gun shop right now."
Huh. So you're saying they're one of your 535 subscribers?
Or they just watched it that day, because if you look at the 8-hour live stream, it was viewed like over 1,000 times.
Dang, that's a lot.
Dude, you should have more subs.
I should,
Oh.
but
I don't understand what's going on, especially because, not to call you out, but you kind of kiss ass. You're a fence rider. You deal with a lot of people that are.
Boy, all of this because he's a Glock guy. Damn,
Well,
dude.
I don't know. I'm
Right?
just saying, I'm just saying, well, whatever. I shouldn't get into details, but all in all, you get around. You should have a lot more subs. Like, you're not as controversial as I am, where I just talk shit about half of society within the last 4 hours. So you should have a lot more subs than me. Like, what the hell is going on with you people, man? If you're sitting there watching this shit, subscribe, man. What the hell? Don't be mad at him because of my black ass or mulatto ass or white ass, depending on what you want to call him.
oh no. If you put Rob and Squib together at the same time in the same place, you might end up with nuclear fallout.
Oh, man.
We've been in the same place before.
Yeah, they didn't even call the cops on us.
No, they didn't. No, and
We
I
weren't
was
drunk, though. I
No.
think if we were drunk
we
in a New York bar, there'd probably be a story to tell.
yeah, we were being responsible adults, so yeah.
Possibly a news article.
Here's the thing, Defense Dad. Rob's not going to come to Thunder on the Prairie. That's too far west for him. It's too far to travel. I'm not doing that. The same thing with that other thing, that NRAM or whatever. I know he offered and shit, but financially, it's not in the cards at the moment. I know you were going to cover the room, but even doing so, I'm the kind of guy where I got to have enough to cover shit just in case anyway. And honestly, depending on how the room got covered, I might not even do that, because more than likely they're going to need an ID, and my privacy is my number one thing. I'd rather be broke than, give out information. So, you know what I mean? So more than likely that wouldn't even have worked out, because they would have wanted, put through, even if you got it for me, blah, 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 all this type of shit. So it's just one of them things. It was more bullshit probably than it's worth. Plus, I really don't feel like paying to go to NRAM. I'd prefer to just hang out with you guys afterward. Like, I'll get the party ready after the show. You know what I mean? But, and then it would kind of be wasting your money, and it's like, so that's where I'm at. Just being honest. I do appreciate it, though. So
That's some cool shit. Not everybody would do that, so that's points towards Squib there.
So Defense Dad said Rob could get baked Nebraska and a salad. I'm not sure if that's some kind of weed that he's talking about. Baked Nebraska. Yeah.
No, it's I can't even remember what it is. I think he ordered it when we had dinner last year when we all got together after we only did one day last year. This year we're going to do two, and I don't know if we go back to the same place. I'll order it probably just to try it. Hell, I can't even remember what the hell it was.
Was it a steak?
I don't remember. Honestly, I don't even remember what I ate. Foose got a tall blue moon, and I said, "Hey, I want one of those." And Travis is like, "Don't worry, dude, I'm driving." So, and then when we left, Travis is like, "We got to go now." And I mean, what do you mean we got to go now? He goes, "Look at that." And I go, "Yeah, it's some rain clouds." He goes, "No, you don't understand. This is Nebraska. When you see that, you go home." And I guess apparently they get tornadoes and shit out there. So, yeah, I learned a little bit about being a Nebraskan that day. Is they can see miles off in the distance that we can't see here in Michigan because all the fucking trees, because it's so flat out there. But it's like that for a reason, because the weather, when it comes up, it comes in pretty fast, and you don't know what you're gonna get. Get your vehicle in the garage because of the hailstones and all that other shit. Gary's probably got the same shit in Kansas.
You trying to make like a black joke or a drug joke?
What, the baked Nebraska?
Yeah, well, Gary, sometimes you just don't, you're not sure. So I'm just trying to figure it out. So.
I think he was mainly the temperature.
I'm just trying to figure out what it is.
He's probably talking that it's like hot, and you would be like, sweaty, and you'd be like feeling, baked. Like, oh, it's too damn hot out here.
Like I got left in the oven too long?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. MC would like to go to Kansas next year for the Thunder event. Dude, it's not in fucking Kansas.
I think he was talking about like flying down to Kansas and then renting a car and driving over, or hopping.
Dude, it's 14 hours to Lincoln. That's nothing.
It's more than that for me. It's like 50 hours.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're on the left coast, which I can make LA in 3 days.
I can drive from here to Simpsonville, South Carolina in 3.5 days.
Sounds about right.
I can tell you I'd be way more likely to come hang out if it was a party versus going to walk around a fucking show.
Party's after the show.
Yeah, well, everybody works on their content and all that bullshit, right?
Dude, everybody's so fucking tired. They just want to go out into the little courtyard and smoke a cigarette and have a couple drinks and eat some junk food and just.
Then that ain't a fucking party, buddy.
All right. Well, your party is, apparently getting sexually assaulted in a bathtub, but not everybody's into that.
He wants to introduce you guys to that kind of a party.
Everybody locks their phones in a fucking lockbox because nobody's gonna want this shit on video.
Yeah. See, you're in the paranoid party, and I'm not any part of that.
Yeah, that's where all the magic happens, man.
Yeah. So. Well,
Moo says he can drive to the liquor store in 4 minutes. Moo, it's called a party store. Don't tell me they call it something different on the other side of the state.
Are you sure it's not an ABC store?
That's down south.
Right?
It's a liquor store?
Package store. package store down south or an ABC. Although I did see an ABC store in Las Vegas.
I thought it was funny the first time I went when we were in South Carolina, and I drove past an ABC, and I was like, "Is that a preschool?"
Have you gone to the drive-in or drive-through liquor store?
We have those right in California.
Do you? Okay.
You can
I've
drive
seen
up to
some in-
7-Eleven and they'll sell you a bottle of alcohol and a 44-ounce soda, but they won't mix it for you.
But this is where you can't go inside. You have to do it from the car.
Oh, the one the wife and I went to, we just hit the drive-through and then kept going. I probably would not have gone inside that store. I was kind of skeptical about even stopping there.
I seen one in Ohio that you can't get out of your car. You pull in, it's just like a awning, right? And there's liquor on either side, and you stay in your car, and they sell it to you, and so you drive in and just drive right out. And I've heard of other ones. I've probably seen them. I just don't remember. Where you couldn't go inside. You had to. It was drive-through only, and that was kind of weird. Yeah, but they call them
shady as hell.
They call them when I was growing up, they always called them the package store, and when I come up here, they call them the party store. So when I talk to somebody from out of state, they don't know what it is, but I've heard of ABC or I've seen them, or liquor store or something like that. It's just different places.
Yeah. So before we get off here, when we lived in South Carolina, they had to-go cups. You could get to-go beers, or you could get to-go mixed drinks. And they would
pour it in 2 cups because they can't mix it for you.
No, they would mix up the whole entire drink. They'd put the straw in there, but they would leave the top wrapper that was above the lid on there, and you could not take that off until you were outside of the bar.
Man, all these laws are fucking retarded. In general, they're just fucking retarded. They got stupid shit in PA, stupid shit in New York, whatever. Yeah. There's a bootlegger 6 blocks away. I can go there right now and pay double the price and buy anything the fuck I want. All they're doing is creating a black market for this shit. It doesn't make no sense. Just let people do what the fuck they want to do. I don't understand what the problem is. No alcohol on Sunday after this time, or you gotta go to this store or this store. It's such bullshit. All these stupid laws. It's like PA. You gotta have a permit for fireworks. But I can drive my New York ass over there, buy all the fireworks I want, and bring them back. No permit.
Apparently those fireworks get set off all over your Honda.
Yeah, but it just makes no freaking sense. All these stupid ass laws, they don't do nothing except be a pain in the ass. I don't know if it's a revenue thing or what the hell is going on. It's just fucking stupid, man.
That's the irony. Rob went across the border, bought fireworks without a permit because he's from out of state. Then his junky neighbors broke into his house, sold his fireworks, and then set them off on top of his car.
Dude, I watched that. That was on my live stream when they were setting him off and hitting his car. Yeah, that was on my live stream on July 4th. That was epic. He was so pissed.
Dude, they wouldn't have done it if it was an American car because, it's Independence Day. So.
They were shit bags. They would have done it no matter what.
The wife's yelling, I got to make her dinner. It's 8 o'clock at night. So let's go ahead and wrap this up. Rob, you got anything you want to plug before we get the hell up out of here?
Yeah, grow some balls, America. Eat a salad.
What about R&L Displays?
That's out of business. Somebody else that didn't see the post. Now everybody was like, oh, I want this, want that. And then, they didn't buy it. So I'm out of business. So all codes are not active, all that type of stuff, whatever. So don't freaking message me about, oh, I still want one, and then fucking not respond, and I respond back and all this stupid shit. You already missed out, okay? It's done.
Glad I got 1 or 2 already.
Yep. I mean, if you're serious, give me a holler, I guess. But save the bullshit.
Squibby, you got anything you're gonna be doing on either one of your channels? Squibload, Squiblift.
Oh, I have more channels than that. I just don't advertise them.
Like his OnlyFans.
You know, dude, if it made the money, my wife probably wouldn't care if I hoard myself out. But honestly, nobody wants to see my old, disgusting, hairy ass. So, well, I don't know. You might, Rob, but only if I'm in a shower, apparently.
No, you gotta be laying in a
I
tub.
don't know. Statistically, man, more people are into weird shit. I mean, yeah, I used to think like grown men in diapers was weird. You know, now I mean, people shitting on glass tables and people are doing all types of shit, man. Something's in the water, bro. So you probably would make some money. I mean, shit, you could probably, you know, pull your work boots off, show your feet, and you'd make some goddamn money. Apparently, because society has just gone batshit crazy.
Oh, okay. So about the work boots and feet thing, you guys have wanted to see my feet ever since I did the sock video where I kept wearing holes in the socks. So there's some sick fucks out there, but
Well, I
don't know.
just figured you got like fucking, you know, bolts for toes or something, or you know, I don't know. Fucking,
How much are
you
you
don't
willing
believe
to
in
pay?
clipping your nails or something? Because I've never seen a pair of socks wear out like that, dude. I got Chinese socks from 5 years ago that still damn near look new. They're half as thick, but they damn near look new. Okay, so I don't know how the hell you're
Yeah.
American made, high end, $25 a fucking pair. And by the way, that company supports anti-gun shit. I don't know if you know. I was gonna send you a video, but every time I try to enlighten you, you're like, "Oh, fuck you, conspiracy." But apparently, they support anti-gun shit. They're on one of them lists where they donate money against your rights. So, fine, damn socks, whatever the hell, tough, whatever the hell it is. So you might not want to shop there. They are American made, but you're fighting against your money. So just put that out there. But anyway, I've never seen socks go to shit that darn tough. I've never seen socks go to shit that quick. Mine haven't gone to shit. They're actually good socks. I was going to do a review and all this shit on them, but recently I found out they're one of those traitorous bastards that like to overcharge you for shit and then try to take away our rights. So fuck them.
Okay, I'm playing the outro, then we're getting out of here because the wife's starting to really yell.